It's been a 3H day in New York today. Hazy, hot, and humid. Yes, summer is really here. July 4th weekend behind us. And the Mets, with a week of baseball to play before the All-Star break, try and get themselves a series from the team in first place. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Atlanta Braves. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez with you tonight. The Mets open a 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves. Yesterday, the teams for next week's All-Star game were announced, and the Mets' lone representative will be 29-year-old Daniel Murphy, who will be going to his first career All-Star game.
Well, I know Daniel's sixth season, and when you make your first All-Star game, it's a very special moment. And let's face it, the second baseman, Daniel's been hitting second in the lineup. 106 hits, that's tied for second in the National League. His 52 runs, well, you know what? We're a little over halfway through. That's around 90-plus runs. You take that from a two-hole hitter. His 35 RBIs, that's around 65 RBIs. I'll take that from a number 2 hitter. He's had at least a base hit in 68 of his 84 starts. He has truly offensively been the Mets' most consistent player.
And it's been fun watching Murph's improvement over the last few years.
You know, when I think about it, it's such an inspirational story when you get past the numbers. This is a guy who had to change positions 3 times. He's a guy that had 2 major knee surgeries and still probably the best hustler on the Mets team. So congratulations to you, Murph.
So Murph heading to Minneapolis for the All-Star game next week. First things first, though, the Mets have a 4-game series against the Braves. Terry Collins labeled it huge. There are the starters for the series, highlighted by Dylan G's return to action after 2 months on the disabled list on Wednesday night. But tonight it's Daisuke Matsuzaka to make the start against Mike Minor, a rematch of last week where neither one pitched particularly well.
They both need this rematch, to tell you the truth. It's been really a tough going for Daisuke Matsuzaka. He's lost his last 3 starts. He's never lost 4 in a row within one season, and going up against Mike Minor. Mike Minor is a guy that was the biggest part of their rotation last season when he was their best winner. But now it's really been difficult for Minor not only to throw strikes, but also he's given up 13 home runs.
Gave up a couple of 2-run homers to the Mets in Atlanta last week en route to a no decision. It's the Mets and the Braves opening a 4-game series at Citi Field. All the action coming your way tonight right here on SNY. Astoria Bank. By Bud Light Lime, the perfect beer for whatever happens. And by Geico. Get to Citi Field this Friday for Free Shirt Friday when the Mets take on the Marlins at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Mets t-shirt courtesy of Verizon Fios. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. Time now for the Coldwell Banker home field advantage, and the numbers are stark for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Far more effective at Citi Field than he has been on the road, and he'll try and pitch up to that 1.40 home ERA tonight as he faces the Braves for the second straight start. Daisuke and the Mets against the Braves. First pitch coming up from Citi Field. Upton had his 11-game hitting streak stopped yesterday as the Braves had their 9-game winning streak snapped in a 3-1 loss to the Diamondbacks, but the Braves sitting atop the National League East, half game up on the Nationals as they face Daisuke Matsuzaka for the second time in a week.
You know, there was a nice graphic we had up, his games here at Citi Field, games on the road. He pitches much better here. You know why? Because I think he's more aggressive on this mound. Maybe it's the big dimensions, but he's lost 3 straight. He had a tough start against the Atlanta Braves his last start when he gave up 5 earned runs in 5 innings pitched.
And we'll take a look at your Lexus Metzi lineup, and with a left-hander in there, it's been pretty much Chris Young in left field. And Tejada's been playing every day at shortstop. Campbell switches over to first base. Duda gets a rest. Left-hander on the mound. And Mike Minor and Darno, who's come back swinging a good bat behind the plate.
That's wearing their camo uniforms on Military Monday. There's Freddie Gonzalez. His team is riding high again after 96 wins and a division title last year.
This was supposed to be the week that the Mets were going to be making a decision on whether Daisuke Matsuzaka would be going back to the bullpen, but John Neese going on the disabled list has delayed that decision. Neese will miss really one start. He was supposed to go Wednesday, and with the All-Star break, he should be ready to go once the break is over.
You know what's interesting, guys? I don't know if you felt this way, Keith, but in spring training, you would go through an entire process to get measured for your uniform, so it fit you just the way you want it to fit. And they wear a lot of different uniforms, so I wonder if these tops are measured the same way, so that all through the year, whatever different top you have is measured the same. Because I would hate to have a top that didn't fit right.
Is this what you think about when you can't sleep at night?
I do. I do. Think of a lot of bad stuff, different stuff.
I'm just trying to count up in my mind the number of different uniforms the Mets have already worn this year, between the pinstripes and the snow whites and the blue tops and the camos and the Royal Giants. B.J. Upton leads off. And the first pitch of the night from Daisuke Matsuzaka is off the inside corner, and we're underway. BJ was moved up to the leadoff spot about 2 weeks ago by Freddie Gonzalez and had a hit in 11 straight games, although hitting just .283 during that streak. Had that end yesterday against the Diamondbacks and Wade Miley.
Well, Atlanta comes in here winning 9 of their last 10, and they just had their winning streak snapped. So they kind of put some distance on the Mets here.
Popped up into shallow center field comes Juan Lagares, and Upton retired for the first out of the night.
I think that's a small case of what I was talking about before. 2-0 count to B.J. Upton. He throws it on the outer half, and B.J. pops it up. We've seen Daisuke, when he gets behind in the count, he loves to throw that breaking ball. He's more aggressive here. I mean, 2-0, you might want to try to fake him. Threw it right down the middle, said take his chances.
Now Andrelton Simmons, who has thrived in the 2-hole. He's got 5 straight multiple hit games coming into tonight, and he hits another one out to Lagares. Another easy play for Juan, and 2 out.
Well, this is a Brave team that doesn't waste any time. They strike out a lot, and this is probably their best hitter, and Freddie Freeman.
Freeman, one of 3 Braves going to the All-Star game. Last year he had to survive the final vote to get into his first All-Star game. Now he'll be going as a reserve. He had a rough stretch that ended about 3 weeks ago. He's been tearing it up ever since, and he drills one into right center for the Braves' first hit.
My goodness, the Braves are got a good night's sleep. They're coming ready to go.
Well, they did the same thing against Daisuke in Atlanta. He had a 9-pitch first inning, but after the first, everything blew up on him, and the Braves tattooed him for 5 runs, 7 hits, 3 walks in 5 innings.
Well, especially the right-handers got to Daisuke in that game.
Simmons had the big 2-out RBI single. It was a 2-out rally, 2-out 3-run rally in that 4th inning.
Here's Justin Upton. He's cooled off, 4 for his last 24. Left off the All-Star team despite a pretty good first half, and he takes the curveball for a strike.
Guys, I'm sorry, Keith, I haven't been here for a couple days. Your center fielder's playing a little deeper than he has been.
Ronnie, the ball has really been carrying here much more since the weather's gotten warm. Never more evident than with the home run Robinson Chirinos hit to right center on Saturday that looked like a routine fly ball. So I mean, the Mets have hit home runs now in 6 straight games at Citi Field. And Lagares also had 2 balls hit over his head this weekend, which we haven't seen a whole lot of. 1-1 to Justin Upton. 17 home runs, ties him for 4th in the National League. What's interesting about the Braves recently is they had the 9-game winning streak, and during 6 of the 9 games, they didn't hit a home run, which is unusual for them. Normally, if they don't hit home runs, they don't win, but they've been playing a little more small ball lately. Freddie Gonzalez has been preaching that to them.
It's a team, though, that really, I mean, Upton is a big, long swinger, all-or-nothing guy.
Toward the hole, and he scoots one through for a base hit. So there was something.
That is the first time I've seen him do a shorten up there with 2 strikes going the other way. In Atlanta, Ronnie, he had bases loaded. He was just swinging out of his shoelaces.
Well, I thought Jacob deGrom pitched him so well in Atlanta. He pounded him inside and up with those fastballs. And that's where that pitch was supposed to be from Matsuzaka, but he missed his spot.
So Upton finding the space between all and nothing. Has himself a 2-out single. And the Braves have 2 men on for Jason Hayward. Hayward has hit the skids. 6 for his last 48, but he drives this one deep to right. Granderson back, should have room, and at the edge of the track, he's got it to end the inning. So Daisuke works around a couple of first-inning hits. Mets come to bat against Mike Minor with no score. Starting lineup full of right-handed bats. Unusual to see Juan Lagares sitting 5th. Eric Campbell's been getting the start against a lot of lefties and been tearing it up, and he'll be in there in place of Lucas Duda tonight as the Mets square off against Mike Minor for the 2nd straight time.
Well, you see his Toyota numbers. The Vanderbilt left-hander has had a rough go of it. It's a guy that had his best season last year for the Atlanta Braves, but has struggled with his control, command, and velocity, all 3.
Curtis Granderson doing an outstanding job in the leadoff spot. 2 more walks yesterday, 52 for the year, which puts him up right at the top of the league. And he takes a fastball for a strike from Minor. What's punctuated Minor's season has been his inability to get the left-hand hitters out.
I mean, almost a 100-point difference from last season.
And we saw that in his last start against the Mets. Granderson and Murphy both took him deep for 2-run homers.
He got the ball up his last time out, which was against the Mets on July 1st. He was way up in the strike zone.
He's kind of got a little bit of a funky delivery. Really turns towards the outfield, hides that baseball, and at the very end off that stiff front leg doesn't really push off too much, mostly from the waist up.
Ronnie, did you like facing the same team back to back?
I didn't like it, but you had it all the time, Keith. You know, we would go into a Philly and then Philly would come back here, or Pittsburgh and all that. See the lefties numbers. I was wrong, over 160 practically.
So no matter if he had a good start or a bad start, he was uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's not the best. And I say it this way. The more veteran the team, the more difficult it is.
What about from a hitter standpoint? I mean, did you like facing the same starter twice in a week?
Yes. Absolutely.
Because you'd seen more pitches and you had a little bit of feel of what to expect?
Yes, and especially in the division, but you knew the pitchers. It's a little more difficult in today's game with the 3 divisions, Gary, and you only play in division. So the hitters should be very familiar with the Braves rotation. But the outside of division, it's a lot more difficult.
Mets didn't face Minor back in April because his season had not yet begun, as Granderson pulls one down to Freeman at first. That's the first out. Minor was set back during spring training with some shoulder issues, so his first start didn't come till the 2nd of May. So this is only the 2nd time the Mets are facing him this year.
So maybe in a strange way, it's almost maybe unfair to judge him, because maybe he is not 100%, because he's not throwing like he did last season. He'll be trying to pitch through some pain.
You got to think that there might be some issues there. Here's our All-Star, the Met All-Star. Not there. That's the skipper.
Terry Collins, Sandy Alderson called Murph into the office after the game yesterday to let him know that he had been selected to the All-Star team. And Terry said it was a pretty straightforward conversation, but he got the impression that Murph thought that he had been traded.
Oh, yeah, really?
Because Murph said he was shocked. That's what he told the media after he found out. I guess if you're in your 6th year and you've never made the All-Star team, you can't really expect it to happen.
Well, I was watching online. They showed the St. Louis Cardinals manager Mike Matheny in front of the whole team announce who had made the All-Star team, and finally the last pick was Pat Neshek, of course, who's from Minnesota, who's going to Minnesota to play in the All-Star game, which I thought was a cool touch.
That's a great story too. Neshek, who was a minor league invitee in spring training this year and really representing so many setup guys who were having great seasons, and he gets that call.
Well, what I found interesting, though, they did it in front of the team, and all the guys were, whooping and hollering with each name that was read. It was cool to do it in front of the team.
Of course, that's easier if you have lots of guys going.
Of course.
Of course, the Mets are accustomed to sending David Wright to the All-Star game every year, but he lost out in the voting and was not selected as a reserve. The last time the Mets only had one player in the All-Star game, it was 11 years ago. 2003, Armando Benitez was their only representative. They've had multiple players every year since.
Oh, back in the early Met days, Gary, there had to be only one guy picked from those baby Mets back in the early 60s.
Sure. Well, also the squads were a lot smaller then. We're up to 34 players per team now in the All-Star game. And you've got the 34 who have been chosen, and now you're going to get guys who are pitching Sunday and can't go, so they'll be replaced. Guys will be hurt, they'll be replaced.
It's like close to 40 now when you get down to it.
And then there's the odd story of Jeff Samardzija, who was picked by the players for the National League All-Star team, but now he's in the American League.
So he's not eligible.
Not eligible, but he will go.
Yeah.
And he'll wear a league jersey, they say, not a team jersey, which is odd. Costello makes the play on Murphy for the 2nd out.
I think we're just making up the rules as we go here.
Something like that.
Every which way but loose, huh?
Samardzija had a nice start yesterday, his first for the Athletics. Got a win.
7 innings, 4 hits, beat Toronto.
They swept Toronto right out of Dodge.
The Blue Jays 9-19 since their hot streak.
And the problem is they might have lost Encarnacion for a while with the right quad strain.
Another guy who's going to have to be replaced on the All-Star team. So here's David Wright. David 1 for 8 in his 2 games since coming back from the left shoulder injury.
Well, David's still wearing out left-handers on a year that hasn't been up to par thus far. 397 against lefties.
That's 2nd best in the National League, and Betancourt, the rookie catcher, and Mike Minor having trouble communicating.
I mean, really, what could be the issue, boys?
There's Roger.
Roger, what could be the issue? It's 1 of 4 pitches.
No, Roger rarely has many issues. His team's always up among the leaders.
Pitching rich, right?
2nd in staff ERA in the National League this year. The reason why they're sitting in 1st place. Wright fouls one out of play. That's a big long hop. Such happiness. There's such happiness involved with catching a foul ball. On the fly, on the hop.
Just got his little notebook there.
They're playing David to pull on the infield big time. Not a shift.
just a normal shade. Look at the second baseman, La Stella, the New Jersey kid, up the middle. Look at Simmons at short, way in the hole.
Slow ground ball for Simmons. And it's a 1-2-3 opening inning for Mike Minor. 3 ground ball outs. We go to the second at Citi Field. No score. And the Braves, Mets won 2 out of 3 in Atlanta early in the season. Braves took 2 out of 3 here, and then the Braves swept the Mets in Atlanta last week.
The Braves have never changed that logo. That is the logo when you got baseball cards in the 50s. That was their Indian look there, the face of an Indian.
You don't see that one very much anymore in public, though.
Yep.
Unlike Chief Wahoo in Cleveland, who is still prominently displayed. Chris Johnson leads off in the second inning against Daisuke and takes a curveball for a strike.
You don't see Chief Nakahoma anymore, period.
He was phased out.
There's Hank. Chris Johnson had the big 2-out base hit off of DeGrom in that 3-run first inning that DeGrom was 1 out away from getting out of it.
It was the last game of that series on Wednesday. The only 3 runs the Braves would score in a 3-1 win. And Johnson getting all breaking stuff from Daisuke, pulls one foul, 1-2.
In fact, DeGrom threw a pitch, Keith, sorry, on 2-2 count that I thought was a strike, would have got him out of the inning, and he had to make another pitch, and the next pitch was that shot you talked about.
Well, there's the patch the Mets are wearing in honor of the late Frank Cashin. And a check swing, and Johnson holds in time, 2-2. Johnson, La Stella, and Betancourt for the Braves in the second.
Johnson, another peculiar hitter, got him from Houston. Never figured that he would be in the running for the batting title last year. He fell off at the end.
Daisuke runs a full count against a guy who very rarely walks. Johnson with a .277 batting average, a .299 on base percentage. So he's up there swinging. But against his best efforts, he is walked by Daisuke. And a leadoff base runner for the Braves.
Only the 10th walk for Chris Johnson.
So here's the rookie Tommy La Stella getting to play close to home for the first time. Grew up in Closter, New Jersey. Played at St. Joe's Regional in Montvale. A year at St. John's before transferring to Coastal Carolina down in Myrtle Beach.
And in that first game of the series where the Mets had that horrible defensive 8th inning, he got the big hit.
And he's been doing that a lot for the Braves. He's been front and center in a lot of their rallies over the last month and a half. Took over the second base job from Dan Uggla, who is now merely a bench player at $13 million a year.
And another year to boot at $13 million.
I asked Keith during the series in Atlanta, Ronnie, how that plays in a clubhouse when you got a guy who's making big money and is not really a contributing factor.
Well, I think it depends on the player. You know, if he keeps his mouth shut and works hard and waits for his opportunity, then you're in good shape. If you've got a guy who's chirping to the media and chirping to others and trying to pull other guys on his side, being kind of a clubhouse lawyer, it can be awful.
Or if he's pouting.
Freddie Gonzalez has done a great job of keeping this team together. You know, they lost a Hall of Fame manager in Bobby Cox. They lost a future Hall of Fame he didn't have the title of captain, but he was the captain in Chipper Jones. And they've been able to persevere and still succeed. Lined into right, and that'll drop in front of Granderson for a base hit. So La Stella's got a hit, and the Braves have 2 men on.
Breaking ball, too much of the middle. Let's go with one hand. Kept his hands back. And nice running by Johnson. He gets halfway, gets the read, makes sure it's going to drop.
So La Stella looks like one of those guys. There's Dan Uggla. La Stella looks like one of those guys that doesn't do anything really well, but he's a ball player, isn't he?
And that's the reputation he came with. But a guy who got on base a lot in the minors, and he's continued to do that in the big leagues, and he set the table here for Christian Betancourt. Very highly touted catching prospect who's making his 7th start since being called up.
He's another guy that thou shall not pass. He is a hacker, doesn't walk. His minor league career, I think he only had 84 walks. 80 walks in 6 years, so he's another swinger.
Known more for his defense than his bat, but his bat is starting to come along. Betancourt getting the bulk of the catching with Evan Gattis sitting on the disabled list. Gattis was such a huge part of the Braves offense through the first 3 months of the season.
Well, this young man right here, Betancourt, it can really catch and throw. Strong arm.
Slow ground ball. Wright's going to go for the lead runner and tags out Johnson. Smart play by David, who had no chance for a double play.
Wisely done. Johnson hasn't got a shot.
David applies the tag very well, so we don't have to have replay. Great job, David.
No question whether he was out of the baseline. So 1 out, runners at first and second. Now Mike Minor. Minor had an RBI single against Matsuzaka in Atlanta in that last series. So while the Mets will play for the bunt, there's no guarantee he will. In fact, Daisuke has been particularly susceptible this year to opposing pitchers putting the bat on the ball. Pitchers are 4 for 12 against Daisuke this year.
Well, you know how you stop them from swinging when they're bunting? You throw the first pitch for a strike. Make them bunt the ball. You have Campbell, who's really charging, David, who's in. If you bust to third base, you have a chance to get that force.
La Stella can get a big. That's a terrible lead. You always rely on. Doesn't matter if Tejada's standing on second base, Gary. Take your normal lead at second base because the pitcher's got to spin and throw. Rely on your third base coach going back, and you don't have to worry about someone second shortstop behind you and you can't see him. Take your normal lead.
Still looked like it was a goalie clearing snow out of the crease.
That is not a good lead at all.
Dice-K behind 2-0, and Minor bunts it foul. Minor does not have a sacrifice this year. He's got 4 hits. B.J. Upton on deck.
Well, it's the old baseball adage, help yourself. How many times you heard that?
Well, when in a day and time where you hear about guys trying to keep their team in games, this is how you win games for yourself and the team.
Defensive bunt, and it goes foul.
And I don't know why he's trying to bunt down the first base line when you got the first baseman who does not have to hold a runner on. I mean, it's pretty much baseball 101. You want to bunt towards the third baseman.
He's leaning backwards when he's bunting. That's just the opposite. You want to be leaning forward. Your weight on your front foot. Weight is on his back foot.
So now it's 2-2. See if Freddie Gonzalez leaves the bunt on. Appears he will.
Butcher Boy, and he lines one to left. Chris Young's got it. It'll be a double play. La Stella doubled off second. Side retired. Well, the old Butcher Boy and Minor hit it hard, but the Mets turned the double play 7-4 to get Dice-K through the inning. Whoops, I've been had. Still no score. Game you can get interactive with SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports.
All right. Yes, sir. Congratulations, Daniel. I did not offer my congratulations in the open. I was just praising your season you have and are having. So congratulations. Go get a couple knocks to be getting the game.
It's the hardest part for being an all-star manager now with all the players.
Yeah.
How do you get everybody in? Because that's become the imperative now, right?
For Murph, it was the waiting. Yeah, it's the hardest part.
I've heard that.
First all-star game was the all-star game in Seattle for me when Dave Mazzelli hit the pinch hit home run down the left field line.
Remember it well.
Big Maz.
Mazzo had a big day. Also had a bases loaded walk in that game.
Yes, and Dave Parker was the MVP. Was outstanding in the field, threw out some guys, and from right field, I struck out on 3 pitches to Jim Kern.
Sorry. Eric Campbell leading off the home second and takes the cutter inside.
I believe it was 80 or 79. 79.
Straight over the top, serious cheese, right?
Oh, Marty Springstadt was the umpire behind the plate. First pitch was 1.5 feet outside. I'm not exaggerating. We've talked about this.
Well, you know, and the American League umpires and International League umpires.
He had a little burgundy jacket on with the chest protector up here, and it was 1.5 feet outside. And he said strike one, and I said that pitch is 1.5 feet outside, and he goes, no, it wasn't, Sonny. Oh, that I was lost for that at bat. I was so angry. I'm not going to get thrown out and lost my first All-Star game. Wow.
Well, if he knew you were going to win the MVP that year, he would have had a little more respect.
I was steaming, and I lost my composure, and I swung and missed the next 2 pitches, and go sit down. I never forgave him for that.
You lost your cool.
I did. Can you imagine getting run in your pinch hitting in an All-Star game?
I had my own sunny moment, 85 in Minnesota. I brought my parents in. They were so happy. They had never seen shrimp on ice before. You know those ice sculptures? They're like, this is the most amazing thing ever. And I got to the workout the day before, and Dick Williams came out to Doc and I and said, Sonny, you two aren't going to pitch in the game. I don't pitch young pitchers in all-star games. We thought he was kidding. He wasn't.
Mr. Warmth.
Full count to Campbell. Eric Campbell getting the start against the lefty. Eric has been swinging a very hot bat. 7-game hitting streak, hitting .464 over the 7 games, and has really taken to the role of a part-time player. Been very effective coming off the bench and in the lineup. And he draws a walk to start this second inning. First walk given up by Minor, and the Mets have their first base runner of the night.
Can you imagine if that had happened to an all-star today? Maybe some agent in a Gulfstream straight away.
Here's Lagares sitting 5th in the order today. A little unusual for him.
How about his carbon imprint, though? Geez, a Gulfstream. I know the agent's making a lot of money, 10% off the top.
First time Lagares has hit in the 5-hole this year. He's 4 for 8 against Minor. That might have influenced Terry's lineup decision. And he takes a strike. In fact, Lagares is hitting .409 against lefties this year.
Yes, he is, with a home run.
It's been a bit of a hit or miss proposition for Lagares since coming off the disabled list. 10 games back, hitting right at .250. And a good cut at that, and fouls it back 0-2.
Oh, that was his pitch right there. Lots of plate, belt high.
Nope. Ripped a hole in the advertising sign. And Minor takes care of Lagares with a fastball, his first strikeout of the night.
Looks like Minor's throwing a little bit harder. Yeah. Got a little muster on his fastball, something he didn't have in Atlanta.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Chris Young, who continues to get starts against lefties, even though he's hitting only .167 against lefties this year.
Yes, he is, with a home run.
Since his big series against Oakland last homestand, he's gone just 1 for 16. Mets have now gone a couple of weeks carrying 6 outfielders. You have to figure it can't last too much longer.
I was on the road this weekend, and the most commonly asked question, 4 or 5 people asked me, how are the Mets playing without a backup infield? I mean, 4 or 5 people. I said, well, they're doing it. So how does playing every day, every inning?
Well, right now Eric Campbell is nominally the backup shortstop, and Eric Young can play some second base.
Yeah.
So that covers you at least in part.
Well, I can't imagine Campbell as a middle infielder.
Travis d'Arnaud hitting 7th in the order, waiting on deck. 0-2 to Chris Young, and he gets jammed and pops one up. And Stella grabs it for the second out. So 2 away. Campbell still at first after his leadoff walk. And now it's d'Arnaud, who sat yesterday and watched his backup Anthony Recker hit a 3-run homer in a 5-run first inning. d'Arnaud's been hitting himself 10 games since coming back from the minors. Recker. Travis hitting .297 with a couple of home runs since his return, so it's been a nice turnaround for him. Your lows never stop improving. That's what d'Arnaud has done since his return from Las Vegas. Kind of picking up where he left off in AAA.
I like the RBIs and the games played.
Well, after a leadoff walk to Eric Campbell, Minor has now thrown 9 straight strikes.
He's throwing so much better than he did in Atlanta.
Well, this is a guy the Braves count on big time, I mean, especially after losing the 2 pitchers, Medlin and Beachy, to Tommy John surgery.
Prior to that, they let go of Hudson.
I mean,
and
he
went to the Giants, and then they didn't foresee the injuries coming.
Well, I mean, Tehran's been great.
Yes, he has.
But Minor was supposed to be the veteran presence at the front of the rotation, and it just hasn't worked out that way. Last year, when they went to the division series against the Dodgers, Minor was the guy who got their only win. Pitched a great game against LA in game 2 of that series. One-two to d'Arnaud. First to throw over to move Campbell back. Minor, 26 years old. He was the 7th overall pick in the draft in 2009, coming out of Vanderbilt, and in very short order was in the major leagues.
Played with Pedro Alvarez of the Pirates and David Price of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Price was a couple of years ahead of him at Vandy. There goes Campbell. d'Arnaud drives one to the gap in left center field. That's going to go all the way back to the wall. Campbell around third. He'll score easily. d'Arnaud with an RBI double, and the Mets have the first run of the night.
Well, this is what I like to see from d'Arnaud. This is a mistake upstairs, out over the plate, outer half, and he had a very compact swing. Not trying to hit the home run here. That's just perfect. Look at that. There you go. Getting on top of that high pitch. Hardly any take back. Just a little bit. That's what he needs to do.
How about Campbell running? He does not score if he is not running on that 1-2 count.
That's at the exact same play with Lucas Duda in was it Saturday night or Friday night's game, where Duda was running and scored on a double by Campbell. Now Ruben Tejada takes the ball.
Well, very interesting. Mets playing with a little more abandon. When you're on the outer fringes, you take a little more chances, do a little more riverboat gambling.
Tejada, another guy who has great numbers against Minor, 8 for 21. Well, there are the standings. I mean, the Mets are 10 games behind. They're not in contention right now, but a big series against the Braves, and you might change the narrative.
The most important thing there that you saw, and as I intentionally walk Tejada, was that the 2 top teams, Washington and Atlanta, got red hot the last 10 games. 7-3 Washington, 9-1 of course the Braves, and the Phillies and the Mets 3-7 and 1-9. So that made the big separation right there.
So Matsuzaka will bat with 2 men on. Daisuke 2 for 8 with an RBI this year. d'Arnaud at second, Tejada at first, a run home here in the home second. I got a question for you. Why would you play Chris Johnson so close to the line against Dice-K and open up that hole?
I don't understand.
Simmons holding the runner, d'Arnaud a little bit at second base.
You remember, Gary, in the Atlanta series that Johnson hugged the line pretty much the entire series.
Is that just a matter of they have so much faith in Andrelton Simmons covering that hole?
I don't understand it, because there's a ball's hit hard enough that Simmons is not going to be able to get to, and you always shade a pitcher to the opposite field.
Now, that's part of it, that Simmons has great range, but I equate it to a tennis player who doesn't have a great backhand, and you try to play around it with your forehand. To me, Johnson plays off that line because he goes to his left better than he goes to his right.
Two out, 2 on, 2-2 to Dice-K. And a full count.
Well, it's got to be here. Hit it. You don't want to walk the pitcher.
Granderson on deck. Third full count, first time through the batting order for Minor, who's already walked 2 in this inning. One of them intentional to get to Dice-K. So d'Arnaud and Tejada will be running now. And that's in for a call, third strike. Hardest pitch Minor's thrown so far at 93 miles an hour. And he gets Dice-K looking to retire the side. But the Mets get a run on d'Arnaud's RBI double. 1-0 Mets. Field sleepover presented by Bed Gear. Play catch on the field and watch the Mets on City Vision. Enjoy a special night with your family with all meals included and a free Bed Gear pillow to sleep on. For tickets, visit Mets.com/sleepover. Your AT&T fan photo of the game comes to us from Chris Gamez. That's a Keith Hernandez shirt, folks, looking like Super Mario.
Really? Very clever.
Did you give them the licensing for that?
No, I did not, but it's okay.
Should we make a phone call on your behalf? Top of the batting order, B.J. Upton leads off the third against Daisuke Matsuzaka, who now has a run in his pocket. And the curveball to B.J. for a strike. Upton fly to center his first time up. Andrelton Simmons on deck, then Freddie Freeman for the Braves in the third. Daisuke has allowed 2 base runners in each of the first 2 innings, but emerged unscathed each time. Got helped out by that line drive double play on the Butcher Boy by Minor in the last inning. Ronnie mentioned that Daisuke has lost his last 3 starts. The first one of those 3 was a good start. Yes. He allowed 1 run against Miami and just got unlucky. But the last 2, he's been racked around pretty good.
He's not giving up a lot of hits, but a lot of walks.
Slow grinder for Wright. And he throws out his old buddy Upton for the first out. Of course, Wright and B.J. Upton played together on a travel team back in their home of Virginia. Justin Upton was the bat boy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They had Ryan Zimmerman on that team, too.
He's no bat boy any longer.
No.
I'll tell you that.
Growing up.
You know, you were talking about Daisuke, Keith. You know, what's interesting as you become an older pitcher, you feel as though you have to be so precise and fine that you end up getting yourself in those 3-ball situations and ended up walking people, when really the reality of it is you should be more aggressive than you've ever been in your career. It should be 3 pitches and somehow you got to put it in play, because 1, you want them to put it in play. You don't want to go deep pitch count, and 2, you don't want them to see all your pitches. You want to be aggressive. It's hard to do when you've lost some of your stuff, though.
Well, let me ask you this, Ronnie. Good curveball, but that misses to Simmons, 2-0. You've got a pitcher on the staff who's older than Daisuke, who is the complete opposite, right? And Colon, who basically throws 1 pitch, maybe a slider now and then, but is looking to get the batters out as quick as he can. 2 pitches, 3 pitches, if that's possible. A number by Simmons. Can Daisuke learn anything from Colon, or are they so different that that's just not possible?
I think they're so different, because if you trace Bartolo Colon's career when he was a young pitcher, he always was a guy that had pretty good fastball command. He's got great fastball command now, but he always had pretty good fastball command. Daisuke, even when he first came to the Red Sox, was a guy that pitched around the strike zone. He did not really want to go and challenge you. Colon is that kind of personality. He wants to challenge you with every pitch.
Is part of that also a cultural thing, that pitchers in Japan tend to be taught to be nibblers?
Taught to be nibblers, taught to throw breaking balls behind in the count. There's a sense of pride in throwing a lot of pitches in a game, in fact, when it's just the opposite here.
Oh, I just think the Colon pitches to contact. He's got great movement, great sink. If you watch him work right-hand hitters, he knows his bread and butter is that little. He runs that sinker down and in, gets under the bat, and he can paint the outside corner. He throws more sliders than you think. That's part of his repertoire. He is not a 1-pitch pitcher. He just changes speeds and moves the ball around the plate. He knows how to pitch.
3-2 to Simmons, and he cracks one to center field. That's a base hit. So the Braves have their 4th hit against Matsuzaka. Boy, Simmons is really swinging a hot bat right now.
Go behind the count breaking ball and kind of a get me over breaking ball. That's got a lot of plate.
So 1 out and 1 on for Freeman, who swung at the first pitch he saw from Daisuke and singled into right center.
And it was a fastball, so I'll be very curious to see what Daisuke tosses up there for the first pitch.
Came in with a cutter. Yep. And fouls it off. Freeman started the night hitting .382 against the Mets this year. That went up with his first inning single.
Another kind of a hockey cut type swing. Not a classic stroke, but it works for him.
thing about Freeman that is impressive is he can go coast to coast. He can pull you down the line, or he can hit a double down the left field line.
It's almost like a golf swing there. Very good shot right there. It's like brought out a 2-iron there.
Darno moves outside. The runner goes, and Freeman fouls it off with Simmons on his way. The Braves stole 3 bases with Daisuke on the mound when they faced him last week. So they've got a pretty good read on him.
Well, Daisuke, even though he pitches from the stretch the entire game, is not quick to the plate. Braves know that.
He's given up 10 stolen bases this year, including those 3 in his last start.
Darno's only thrown out about 20%. And the real good catchers, Molina and others, are between 40 and 50%. But if your guy, I think you're throwing 30% out, that's pretty good, right? 30, 35.
It's so dependent on your pitcher.
That's true. That's true. But some guys have such a great arm, they make up for it. Pitchers not holding runners on.
Darno calling for the throw to first.
Well, exact opposites to Chris Johnson at third base. David Wright way in the hole off Freeman. And I agree. Take that hole. Ball down the line is going to be a double anyway.
Lined over Wright's head. And Freeman's 2 for 2. Simmons stops at second. And for the 3rd straight inning, the Braves have 2 men on.
This broke his bat here. And it is a little fastball. Up, belt high, wanted it down, and it got in enough. And over the outstretched hands of David. The ball's on the ground. David's got it covered.
So 2 on and 1 out. And here's Justin Upton, who rolled one through the right side hole his first time up after getting behind in the count.
And they've got to keep Simmons close here.
.94 from Daisuke. It's the hardest pitch he's thrown tonight.
Interesting. The outfield shading, particularly Lagares, shading Upton to right center. The corner outfield is pretty much straight up, so there's lots of gap, particularly in left center field.
Boy, he likes that pitch down, doesn't he, Keith?
He does, and he just got such a long. There's Dylan.
Dylan G set to return from the disabled list on Wednesday night.
Been a long wait for him.
May 11th was his last start, so it'll be almost 2 months.
That'll make you grow a beard. Big long swing from Upton. He's a big power hitter, doesn't get cheated.
The Uptons have combined for 204 strikeouts this year. A generous call for Daisuke. 1-2.
Well, that's the pitch you want to get him out on. You usually don't get that called for a strike on the inside corner and letters high. But he got that from Titchener there.
Nicely framed by Darno.
1-2 to Justin Upton. Lifts this one to left. Easy for Chris Young. And they're 2 out.
Interesting. Darno sets up inside, and it's a breaking ball. So it looked like he wanted to front door him, but you got to be very careful when you do that. The off speed fooled him.
Upton was disgusted that he missed that pitch.
The fact that he took something off is what fooled him. You get that ball over the inner half on that front door slider, you can get hurt.
So 2 out and 2 on. Jason Hayward, who swung at the first pitch he saw and nearly hit a rocket out of the ballpark, sent Granderson back to the warning track in right field.
He did not swing the bat well in Atlanta. Really was coming across the ball, almost like his shoulders bothering him. Very another peculiar swing.
And of course, he's had shoulder issues in the past. Simmons at second, Freeman at first with 2 out. Daisuke has already given up 5 hits. Pitching with runners on base virtually the entire first 3 innings.
So he sits there and he's up, and I'd make him wait if I was pitching, because he just sits there and gets tighter and tighter. Look how that's the swing. It's just not a good swing right now. He is just in a funk.
6 for his last 49.
So he's very tight and bound up. He just sits there and is not loose. And all you do when you're like that, all you do is get tighter and tighter.
And Hayward lays off the changeup. 2-1.
Well, it's interesting. When Hayward came up, he had that great spring training, Chris Johnson on deck, and he was known for his patience, his ability to hit the ball out to left field, and he's become more of a pull hitter.
Yes, he has.
Seems everybody on this ball club has.
Well, how about the Mets? A lot of pull hitters.
But I mean, the Braves are just, they're so home run oriented. And, you know, you watch guys like the Uptons and Gaddis. They're all just looking to yank it out of the ballpark.
I'm very curious when their new ballpark comes into play, when it gets finished in 2017, what the dimensions are going to be.
Daisuke behind 3-1. And Hayward takes a strike. 3-2. Well, they built Turner Field for the pitching staff they had.
Yes.
It's deep in the gaps. Very much a pitcher's park. Now that they're so home run oriented offensively, you're right, it's an interesting question.
Yep.
Runners get set to go. Simmons at second, Freeman at first with 2 out. 3-2 coming to Hayward. Broken bat fly ball, and Chris Young right there waiting for it. And Daisuke gets himself out of trouble for the 3rd straight inning. 2 base runners in each of the first 3 against Daisuke, but he breaks Hayward's bat and gets the big 3rd out in the top of the 3rd. Watch out, incoming. Well, when the Mets faced Mike Minor last week, Curtis Granderson took him deep. 2-run shot by Granderson. Daniel Murphy also had a 2-run homer against him in that game. And Granderson will lead off for the Mets in the home 3rd with a 1-0 lead. Curtis grounded out his first time up. Granderson, Murphy, and Wright up against Mike Minor. Minor has been in that living right mode. His last 8 starts, he's got a 5.21 ERA. He's 0-3, but the team is 4-4 in his starts. So for a team that is second to last in the National League in runs scored, they have scored on his days.
But you know what you think of as a pitcher? Boy, I wasted my chances. Yep, team is scoring every night, and I can't get a win.
I got 3 Larrys.
Yep.
Another chance for Freeman. Second time Granderson has rolled one to the first baseman. 1 out.
SNY Super Slow Motion.
It's brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Love the eye roll by Justin Upton. That was superb. Here's Murph. His first at bat as a declared all-star. He grounded out to second base.
Oh.
Minor thought better of it. No harm with nobody on base.
Did he lose his footing somewhere? Or did he just have a change of heart?
Left-hander. That's all I'll explain it.
That's the default, isn't it?
That's what I wanted to throw.
Murphy's done a great job hitting lefties this year. .329 against left-handers coming into this start. But this is the lefty he hasn't figured out. It's just 3 for 19 against Minor. Now the 2-1, and that's off the corner with a fastball. 3-1.
Jeez, I feel like there's Marlon Brando here because Stella. He's got to keep hearing. Guys selling Stellas, looking around for Stanley.
Streetcar.
That was a good grab there off the carom.
Was like a masse for.
Beautiful.
Well, Minor's been getting ahead, but he walked Campbell leading off the second, and he came in to score. Now he's 3-2 to Murphy with 1 out, and Murph pulls one down to Freeman, who handles it cleanly. 2 out.
Freeman's very sure-handed over there. Good hands.
He's favoring the line also, Keith.
Yes.
Against Granderson and Murphy.
That would be right on the line in my book, yes. But he's got nice hands. Soft hands. Now he wears those glasses in the field and does not hit with them.
That's odd, isn't it?
It is. Kind of a yellowish tint to them, or yes, a little bit, doesn't it? Not sure.
You would think there would be a greater need for sharper vision trying to pick up pitches than standing at first base.
Well, wondering whether he's nearsighted or farsighted. Remember, my dad used to always tell me, never read a book or a newspaper within around 3 or 4 hours for a game because your eyes get used to the print up close, and you got to focus on distance, the ball coming in. Juan.
Wright cracks one to deep left field. Upton goes back, looks up, and it's out of here. David Wright with his 7th home run of the year. And his most authoritative at bat since coming back from the shoulder problem. And the Mets now have a 2-0 lead.
Well, that gets the crowd going.
No all-star team, I'll show you.
Well, got to be very careful if you're a lefty. Oh, that change up.
Up.
Yep.
14 home runs given up now by Minor.
And Wright continues to pummel left-handers. That's his 3rd career homer against Minor.
High change, middle in, and right on the fat of the bat. Stayed back, nice balance.
For David Wright, his 33rd home run against the Braves, which ties the Phillies for his most against any opponent. Eric Campbell walked and scored his first time up. Campbell making his 18th start. Getting the call against the lefty tonight. For David Wright, that's his first home run at Citi Field in 6 weeks. The last one came May the 28th against the Pirates. And another full count to Campbell.
It is a hot, muggy night.
Well, the Mets have now homered at Citi Field in 7 straight home games. First time they've done that since the early part of 2013. The Mets have now hit 20 home runs in their last 19 games, which over that stretch is the most in the National League for a team that's been at the bottom in the home run list all year. Campbell pops one up in his shallow right for Hayward, and that retires the side. But David Wright's home run extends the Mets lead. Wright with his 7th of the year, and it's 2-0 New York. That would be us versus the radio guys in a head-to-head battle of the booths to prove once and for all which broadcast team knows the most about the Mets. The Battle of the Broadcasters, presented by Citi, premieres Thursday at 10:30, only on SNY.
Who decides on that jingle? Jingle's cool.
I think it fits with the entire tone of the way the day went down when we taped that show. As Chris Johnson flies one out to center field. Kevin was the MC, and there's the opposition. Josh Lewin on the left, Howie Rose on the right, Seth Everett not pictured.
The friendly opposition.
Wasn't that friendly in the first third of the show? No, it was. Of course it was.
Ronnie was brilliant.
No.
Here's to you, Howie, too. He was toasting us.
It was. Very nice.
Tommy La Stella had a base hit his first time up, so Daisuke gets a 1-pitch out to start the 4th inning. The tone was very, 70s game showish,
Yes.
which I really enjoyed.
Kevin was the MC, and I thought did a terrific job.
Nice. Beautiful play by Campbell, laying out. And there are 2 away.
Well, nice range to his right. Nice underhand toss perfectly to the pitcher. Nice play.
Well, we can't give away who won the battle of the broadcasters.
Well, let me find. There's an edict here on what I can talk about.
Oh. What we can say is that it was a very closely contested match. Wouldn't you say?
It was tons of fun. Kevin was the star because he had the Gene Rayburn microphone.
Right.
I thought he was more Bert Convey than Gene Rayburn.
Yeah.
But
I thought there was a little Wink Martindale
there
too.
you go. He did a great job. He camped it up and did what only Kevin can do, probably, of all of us.
And I think of the 6 contestants, every one of us had their moments.
Some more than others. It was sharply contested. It came down to the final round.
Team effort.
Well, here's what I keep telling people. I keep telling people that on our team we had a guy who, if he was 0 for 4, you still wanted him up in the big RBI spot late.
Good call. Good call.
So. And he was kind of 0 for 4.
Oh, started out 0 for 3 the walk.
As ball 4 in Bedcourt's on
Hit by pitch.
Yeah, right up in the chin. Second walk given up by Daisuke. So just when it looked like he might have a chance for a 1-2-3 inning. The Braves will clear the pitcher's spot with Mike Minor, who hit a bullet where the Mets were able to turn a double play to end the 2nd inning. That's 5 in a row out of the strike zone from Matsuzaka after getting 2 outs on just 3 pitches. Nothing easy. There's the strike.
When Daisuke was at his best for the Red Sox and he won 18 games, he had that good fastball and the good slider, and he could on any night with those 2 pitches put you away. But as he's gotten to this 33 years of age, he needs to be able to have command of 4 pitches. And sometimes that's fleeting for him.
And now behind on the pitcher, 3-1.
Well,
B.J. Upton would be next. Good cut by Minor.
Minor has an idea up there. It's not a bad swing.
Well, now that the Vanderbilt Commodores are the College World Series champions, all their guys are two-way threats. Betancourt gets set to run, 3-2 to Minor, and he fouls away fastball.
Did you not say, Gary, that was Vanderbilt's first men's major national championship?
It was. Their only previous national championship, I believe, was a women's bowling national championship. And Minor goes down on the breaking ball to end the inning. First strikeout of the night for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Braves have stranded 6, and the Mets lead 2-0. question for tonight. Besides pitchers, which position has had the most all-star selections for the Mets? It's a really good question.
Well, Murph is the third second baseman.
Ron Hunt, Edgardo Alfonso.
So I'd say no. Now, are they distinguishing between the outfielders?
Exactly. I mean, there are 3 outfield spots.
Right.
So does that count as 3 positions or 1? Judges?
Ding.
We're asking the judges right now to make a determination. This is like the 5th round of the battle of the broadcast. Juan Lagares leads off in the home 4th. I'm told each outfield position counts as its own position. So
right field
8 spots to be considered.
Did Rusty go to any All-Star games as a Met?
I mean,
yeah, because now you add him on top of Strawberry, right?
I mean, I have my guess about which position it is as Lagares pops one up, and the shortstop Simmons has it all the way.
Well, one thing is for certain. It's not third base, because the Mets have had a revolving door at third base.
But David's been going there for.
Oh, but David, that's right.
Right, Hojo went there.
That's right.
Baseman. And I think Fonzie. Not sure if Fonzie went as a third baseman, but Ventura might have.
Well, I'm thinking Carter was always elected in by the fans, and Piazza after that.
At Piazza, you had Hundley, you had Grody.
Yep.
Okay.
Catcher.
Well, so it's interesting.
That would be my guess. Would be catcher, but you know, with all of Wright's selections now, although Darryl used to get in every year.
Yes.
So right field certainly got a lot of love. Of course, young linesman right at the left fielder Upton, and that's the second out. So 2 quick outs for Minor in the 4th, just as Daisuke got 2 quick outs in the top of the inning. And now Travis d'Arnaud, who drove in the first Met run with a double to left center in the second.
Darnell looks like a different hitter since his recall.
What do you see that's different?
I just want him. He's covering more of the outside corner. He's still having a little trouble. He's a little bit closer to the plate. That's one of the adjustments they made, particularly with his back foot. Okay, fine. He just needs to think line drives. No, forget the home runs. They'll come. But he's got to stay on top of the ball. He tends to get a little long with his swing. He's more aggressive. He was taking a lot of called third strikes, which I think that just came to. He was just so messed up in his head. When you're struggling and you're young,
right.
Rookie year, everything, your brain's all fogged up. Doesn't have his hands back very far.
Yeah, I think you're right, Keith. I think he suffered from paralysis by analysis there early on.
Well, I've been there when you get sent down and you know you're a big out up there. You just know it.
Well, it didn't help that he came up last year and didn't hit, and then started this year and didn't hit.
On top of that, being the big guy in the trade, the Dickey trade.
Strike 3 called. Minor gets him looking at the fastball for his 3rd strikeout. Mets are out 1-2-3 in the 4th. They lead 2-0 heading for the 5th. David Wright, his 7th home run of the year. Daisuke Matsuzaki in and out of trouble in every inning. And thus we go to the 5th with the Mets ahead 2-0. Braves will start the 3rd time around the batting order against Daisuke. He's given up 5 hits and 2 walks in the 4 innings he's pitched, but nothing else. B.J. Upton is 0 for 2, flied out and grounded out. Simmons and Freeman to follow.
Well, it's always good. I mean, both pitchers have come back around. I always like the wraparound home away series and division. You face the same pitchers. When they were at the West Division, you'd do a swing in the West, then face them coming back around. I always liked it, although you didn't want to have to face Candelaria. And if it was John Candelaria, I would always, if I missed him, I'd go thank you.
Tejada waits on the grounder. Upton not running hard. 1 out. It was interesting, wasn't it? Tejada laid back on the ball with a really fast guy at the plate, and the really fast guy didn't make any effort to try and beat it out.
Well, we saw that a lot in Atlanta. A lot of guys not running out the ball, ground balls. Simmons was one of them, which was a little bit shocking. And the last couple innings, the Braves were just basically walking out to their position, Ronnie, in a very tight ball game.
And winning 9 in a row.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it's a really interesting team, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
I kind of alluded to it a few times. You look at the players they're putting out there, and it's not the most functional group, but all they do is win.
Ronnie has his pet peeve of pitchers not backing up home bases. My pet peeve is not running out to your position.
Simmons trying to bunt, but pops it straight up, and Daisuke basket type catch. A little miscommunication for just a moment between he and Darno.
Well, Daisuke didn't trust that Darno was going to shut it down, so that's why he made the basket catch to avoid the collision.
Well, let's see if he can get himself that elusive 1-2-3 inning. He'll have to get through Freddie Freeman, who's already 2 for 2. And the first pitch curveball fouled off.
I know Freeman makes outs against the Mets. I don't know if maybe I'm not doing the games, but I don't see it.
Well, you see that he has the most of everything against the Mets over the last 3 years. So it's not that you've missed anything. He has turned into a latter-day Chipper Jones in terms of his impact against the Mets.
Sometimes I feel like when a guy's locked in like this, make up a pitch, throw a real slow curveball, something he hasn't seen.
Well, Freeman now has 5 hits in 9 career at bats against Daisuke, including a home run. So he hasn't figured out anything yet. Justin Upton would be next. Got too many pitches.
Taking way too much time. Freeman was right to step out.
You know, when the catcher takes off his glove to give the 6th sign, you're in a little trouble.
Got him with a fastball. 94 from Daisuke. And he has that elusive first 1-2-3 inning.
There's the out.
Halfway through, 2-0 New York. Mets playing in division with the Braves and the Marlins. After the break, they go to San Diego, Seattle, and Milwaukee. It's a different kind of trip.
Right.
When you come back home, it'll be almost August.
Ruben Tejada hits one of the air to center. Right at B.J. Upton. One pitch and one out for Mike Minor in the bottom of the fifth.
I'm going to meet you guys in Seattle. I've never been to that ballpark.
You'll love it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go see it.
Beautiful.
It's a nice city, too.
Field. It's a great city. Safeco Field. It's an umbrella type roof, so if it's cold outside, it's cold in the ballpark.
Oh, that's
Because
cool.
the weather comes in, but it protects you from the rain, which is necessary in Seattle where it rains a lot.
Is it where the old stadium used to be? Near that?
Nearby.
Okay.
Right. Here's Daisuke. Yeah, the Kingdome. I'm sure you were there many times.
Too many. Too many.
Concrete monstrosity.
Whoa, it's like playing in the garage.
But when they filled that place, when the Mariners got good, 95 right in there, it was so loud.
Minnesota was like that too. They could get so loud in those places.
2-0 to Daisuke. There's Safeco Field.
I get
We'll
it.
be heading after the break.
It is such a beautiful city, and particularly when it's sunny. And
Walk down to the Pike Street Market.
oh yeah, it's fabulous. It really is. Puget Sound.
There used to be a little place where the ball players would gather after the games. Forget the name of it now, but on tap beer would be, the price of it would be whatever Dave Valley was hitting at the time. Dave was having a tough year and he's hitting a buck and change, like $1.72. So when you went in there, the beer would be $1.72 that night.
So everybody roots for Dave Valley to have an offer?
In a strange way, a Seattle win and an offer for Val.
And the needle still works. That building of old.
Space Needle.
Yep.
Simmons with the overhand throw against Daisuke for the second out. And the other piece is that the Mariners have been playing really well.
Yeah.
They've got the best pitcher in the American League in Felix Hernandez, but you know, with Robinson Cano there and Kyle Seager having a big year, they played awfully well.
It's going to be interesting to see if you get Felix Hernandez. I mean, he's a guy that, unless he pitches on Sunday, would pitch in the All-Star game, an inning at least.
But even if he goes Tuesday, well, let's see. Yeah, so he'd probably pitch that first series out of the break. So if he went the first game out of the break, then the Mets would miss him.
If he pitches in the All-Star game, he won't pitch till, Saturday, Sunday.
Which means the Mets would get him.
They're going to get him.
No, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Yes.
If he pitches Saturday, Sunday, they'll miss him.
They'll miss him.
Right.
Yeah. 6 in a row retired by Minor. Granderson's been up twice, rolled out to Freeman both times. Murphy would be next.
That is the third time that Granderson has rolled over to first base. Something the Minor is throwing has got him in a, can't quite figure it out.
A change up there to Granderson. He's been busting them in on his hands. That's what he's got the 2 ground outs on.
That one's a little high. Now it's 3-1. Going to keep it away from him. And Curtis pops it foul. 3-2. All the way from Michigan. Must be a fan of Curtis's from his Tigers days.
Hey. He's made the kids Mets fans now.
Well, Curtis was a leadoff guy in Detroit, and he's been resurrected now as a leadoff man for the Mets. And he hits one to shallow right. On comes Hayward to retire the side. 7 in a row set down by Minor. That gets us through 5 at Citi Field with the Mets and Daisuke up 2-0. NY is brought to you by Cure Auto Insurance. Rates should be based on how you drive, not your credit score. Cure Auto Insurance, drive well. By Hyundai. Hyundai leaves the rest wanting. Find out why by visiting buyhyundai.com today. And by Citi. Citi cards can get you in on the action and closer to the game with access to special benefits at Citi Field this season. Visit Mets.com/Citi to learn more. A shot to the left field corner off the bat of Justin Upton. Hits hard off the wall. Chris Young with the quick carom. One hop throw, and Upton dives in safely with a leadoff double. A bullet off the bat of Upton, his 17th double of the year, to lead off in the 6th.
Halfway up the wall, nicely played by Chris Young, and I'm wondering if Upton really got out of the box. I think he thought he had a home run at first. Let's see. No, he's busting all right.
He hit so hard.
He scorched it.
So the second hit of the night for Justin Upton, and the Braves 6th. Jason Hayward, who's fly to right, fly to left, 0 for 2.
Well, he is just really way off the plate. Hayward. Very deep in the box. We see so many hitters today deep in the box, but he's a half mile away from the plate.
Good changeup by Daisuke to get ahead 0-2.
You know, you say to yourself, maybe it's the remnants of being so far away from the plate from Jonathan. He's hitting him. That's why he wears that helmet. But some of his best playing last year was after he came back from the beating.
That's as deep as he can get.
Out of the box.
Here's the 0-2. Curveball ripped right at Murphy, and Upton is able to get back. So 2 bullets to start this inning. A double, and now that line drive right to Murph.
Very widespread. It has to almost, it forces those hips through. Very difficult for him to be that widespread and rotate.
Oh, what a great shot there of Murph. That ball coming right at him.
Well read by Upton. So 1 out. Now Chris Johnson, who's walked and flied to center, 0 for 1. Out to Granderson. He retreats, and at the edge of the track he's there. Upton goes to third. 2 out. Let's check with the studio. Gareth Burke standing by for a game break, brought to you by your local Tri-Honda dealers. Fascinating discussion from long distance between Red Sox pitcher John Lackey and Orioles manager Buck Showalter regarding Nelson Cruz. Of course, was part of the Biogenesis deal last year and was suspended. Lackey, after giving up, I think it was 3 of his 5 hits in his 5-for-5 game the other night, said, "I'm not going to talk about him. You guys have a short memory," talking to the media, talking about Cruz. And of course, Showalter fired back and said, "Hey, if you live in glass houses, you shouldn't throw stones."
So he's intimating Lackey had his moments.
Or David Ortiz, perhaps.
Which is all but forgotten.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And, you know, been a lot of guys caught and other guys suspected, and I don't know, does that hang on you forever?
Well, what was Ortiz's reasoning? Was he didn't know what he was taking? The old classic, I didn't know it was in my mixture.
I don't recall exactly. That was the Barry Bonds defense. One and 2 to LaStella with a runner at third and 2 out. And he takes it high.
Well, we might have found out this week that you could get a prescription for it if you needed it for therapeutic use. I mean, on and on.
David Hale quickly to work in the Braves bullpen with the pitcher spot 2 batters away. LaStella works a full count. This is what LaStella did in the minors. In his minor league career, he had a .407 on base percentage. In the big leagues, .379. So he has been a master at getting aboard. (3-2) from Matsuzaka. Tapper, fair ball. D'Arnaud makes the toss, side retired. Daisuke works around a leadoff double. Matches his longest outing of the year, going 6. And he's working with a 2-0 lead here at Citi Field. Lead, Mets all-star Daniel Murphy to lead off, and we check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, Gary, one of the first things that Daniel Murphy did yesterday when he found out he was a newly minted all-star was praise the work of Tim Teufel, the guy that pretty much made him into a major league second baseman. I spoke with Tim Teufel earlier today and asked him about that. Teufel right away redeflected that praise onto Daniel Murphy, saying he really embraced it from the beginning in the spring of 2012. But he did reminisce a little bit, said the only memories that he has of 2012 is sitting on field 3 with Daniel Murphy. They would go out every day, an hour before stretch, work on their pivot, work on turning a double play, work on everything because Murphy was starting from scratch. They would do it again before lunch, then again after the day was complete. He said Murphy just wanted to learn, wanted to be a major league ready second baseman. He actually, at one point, Murphy had the idea of taking a hitting machine and taking those balls, just repetitive nature, and turning the double plays that way. So Teufel said it was all on Murphy, and it's a really proud moment for Teufel and something that Murphy truly deserves now that he's an all-star second baseman in the major leagues.
Well, all credit to Murph for giving Tim Teufel credit because he deserves a lot of it. By the way, happy birthday wishes to Tim Teufel today. It's Tuff's 56th birthday. So happy birthday to the Mets third base coach.
Ron? Are you 56 yet?
Not yet. I know I'm looking at, but I'm not yet.
Another chance for Freeman, and he'll handle this one himself. Eight in a row retired by Minor now since David Wright's home run. Now Wright will get another turn.
Well, I don't think David will be getting a changeup in the strike zone as at bat. Hit the home run last time up and gave the Mets the 2-run lead. Solo shot in the third.
Well, the Mets have been very efficient the last couple of days. They have only 2 hits in this game, a double by d'Arnaud that brought in a run, and Wright's home run. Yesterday they had only 7 hits and produced 8 runs. 5 of their 7 hits were for extra bases.
Now there's a wise fan right there. Maybe we can see him again. Now that's a very savvy New York Met fan. That was a very key player in our '86 squad, Mr. Ray Knight.
As in, here comes Knight and the Mets win. That?
Yeah, that's
that
pretty
Ray
big.
Knight?
That's pretty big.
Our number 7 hitter. Not a bad 7 hitter.
Wow.
I think Ray drove in almost 80 runs that year.
The go-ahead home run in Game 7.
He was the MVP.
Over toward the right field line comes Hayward, and Wright retired 2 away. Did you guys, we talked a lot when Frank Cashin died about all his accomplishments, but were you guys upset when the Mets failed to bring Ray back after the '86 season?
I was not upset. I never got involved
Yeah.
in decisions made by the general managers. Ray was a very dear friend. I played A ball against him, AAA. I knew Ray for a long time, but it was part of the game. Now, what raised the eyebrows was the Dykstra trade and McDowell. That's the one that really kind of threw me for a loop. I didn't quite understand that one.
Because I just remember at the time there was a lot of consternation about Knight not being brought back, but the feeling was that Howard Johnson was ready to take that spot.
But let's not forget there was also the other equation. The other part of the equation was Kevin Mitchell.
Right.
I mean, those are the choices to make. Ray was older and had injury problems. He was able to stay healthy in '86.
And I think the other part of the equation that I remember is that Ray wanted to get paid. You know, he had just won the MVP of the World Series, and he wanted to get paid. And Frank was not hearing it because of, Hojo in the backstages.
Campbell lines one to B.J. Upton. That's 10 in a row set down by Minor, but it's Daisuke Matsuzaka and the Mets on top after 6.
of my autographed scorecards. This is Keith talking, folks, not Gary. My scorecards during the 5th inning of a Mets-Brave game. Don't miss your chance to win the Score with Keith sweeps.
Score with Keith, huh? I hope nobody misinterprets that.
No misconstruing.
By the way, nobody's ever mistaken your voice for mine. I'll let you know that. Christian Betancourt has one sell behind his head. That gives Daisuke a withering look.
That was a curve. Yeah, it was a breaking pitch. Supposed to be a slider or curve, as Keith said. Spins out of his hand, never breaks.
Whenever you see it, that's just not getting out of the way.
Oh, foul tip.
Did they call that a strike?
If we show that again, it's a foul tip.
I don't think the umpire saw it. Did they call it?
No. They did not call it, but it was a foul tip.
Betancourt is into a fielder's choice and walked 0 for 1, and he pops one up. Campbell makes the call. One away. Let's look at that pitch that went behind Betancourt.
No harm, no foul now, but follow that ball in the back, guys.
No. Oh, yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Very good, Ron.
Can you replay that?
No.
Okay.
Because it's a foul ball before the bases, right?
Yeah.
Fair foul is only reviewable past the bases. Well, Mike Minor's going to bat for himself in the 7th inning, down 2-0.
This is good old-fashioned Major League Baseball here. Your pitcher's losing 2-0 in the 7th.
He's also had some pretty good swings tonight.
Part of it's he's a real threat.
Minor's at 93 pitches through 6. He's retired 10 in a row, so he's been struggling, and I guess Freddie Gonzalez wants to ride him as long as he's going well.
Shouldn't swing here, though. He does.
By the way, for Daisuke Matsuzaka, this is now the deepest he's gone into a game this year. First time he's gotten an out in the 7th inning. So the Mets will keep the bullpen busy behind him. Vic Black, Josh Edgen. It's been a strange game for Daisuke in that he's been in trouble almost every inning, and yet his pitch count is not as high as you would expect because he's only walked 2. Wright backs up on it, has time with Minor running, and throws him out 2 away. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. We asked which position has been best represented for the Mets in the All-Star game. I thought catcher.
Very good.
Wow. 6 different players. Let's see. Piazza, Hundley, Grody,
Carter.
LaDuca.
Stearns.
LaDuca.
John Stearns at 4.
Stearns. That's right. Big John. That's 5.
Did LaDuca go to the All-Star game as a Met?
That's
he was
5.
an All-Star game batting practice pitcher.
Okay.
Who's the 6th?
That's LaDuca.
Is it LaDuca?
Yes.
Okay.
LaDuca would have been 06, I would believe.
Yeah, it would have to be. Mike had 6. Yeah, Stearns 4 times. I think he was the Mets' lone representative every year during those dark years in the late 70s.
It's hard to believe that Piazza only had 6.
As a Met.
Yeah.
He's only a Met for 7+ years.
That's right.
Bad dude. Been there 4 times.
Bad dude. Steal a base.
All-American.
He could tackle a mascot.
You ever see his football highlight film? He'd play it for you from his days as a Colorado Buffalo.
Yes.
He was a hard hitter, as I'm sure you would believe, John Stearns.
David Wright told me that's one of the funniest things to watch him play that and also narrate it.
Breaking ball down, 1-2 to Upton.
Hoping John feels well. I know that at the beginning of the year he was going to coach, I believe, 3rd base for the Mariners and got ill and wasn't able to do that.
Nobody's tougher. Daisuke with a strikeout of Upton. His 3rd strikeout of the night. 7 scoreless for Matsuzaka and a 2-0 Met lead. Julio Teheran, whom the Mets couldn't touch in Atlanta against Jacob deGrom tomorrow. Dylan G back from the DL against Irvin Santana, and then Sunday Bartolo Colon and Aaron Harang in a heavyweight matchup. Juan Lagares leads off in the home 7th against Mike Minor, who's retired 10 in a row, trying to uphold Freddie Gonzalez's confidence in him and letting him bat in the top of the inning. I mean, you hate as a manager to let your pitcher bat and then have him go out and not give you a good inning.
Well, yeah, exactly. And the problem in that inning was that they're down 2 runs. He was 2-0. He swung at a pitch. 3-1. He swung at a pitch that was out of the strike zone. I mean, I'm not saying that's hard for a pitcher, but still.
Manager could put the take on.
Yeah.
Chris Young on deck. Travis d'Arnaud behind him. Mets have had only 2 hits against Minor, but they've been costly for him. Gave up a run-scoring double to d'Arnaud after a walk. That cost him 1 run, and then David Wright's home run gave the Mets their other. Since the home run, though, Minor's retired 10 in a row. Lagares tonight has struck out and popped up 0 for 2.
You know, watching Lagares as he's come back from the injury, to me it always seems like he's tied up. You know, like he's batting with a rope tied around his arms. He never gets extended.
His follow through is very stiff.
Is that what it is?
And it always has been.
Even when he was going well?
Even when he was going well, he's ball out over the plate and down, he's much more loose. I'd like to see him learn to just get a little more relaxed on his follow through and the pitch up.
One, 2 for Minor. And Lagares fouls back that fastball.
Well, he's had some pitches to hit, and that's why he's shaking his head. I almost want to see him let go with one hand. let go back with one hand, and I think he'd have much better success.
Wonder if it's because, one, he's not as loose as you say, but he's kind of a barrel-chested young man. You know, maybe he's not have as much. That's where he doesn't get his extension.
Minor at 100 pitches for the night. And Lagares hits it sharply, but right at Simmons like a vacuum cleaner. 1 out. That is the wrong place to hit it. Just like hitting it at Lagares is the wrong place to hit it.
Nope, right on it. There's nothing you can do.
He let go of the bat right there.
Ball's a little more down. A little upper thigh. There you go. That's what I'd like to see.
That's got a little Manny Ramirez in it when he has that swing.
So that's 11 straight retired by Minor. Now it's Chris Young, who hit the ball hard his last time up, lining out to Justin Upton in left field. And trying to bunt his way on. Mets are facing right-handers the next 3 days, so this is likely Chris's only start in the series. Travis d'Arnaud on deck. High fly ball, deep left field. Upton back onto the warning track. And he's there to grab it. 2 out.
Right down Broadway, inner half. I think he just gets under it. And it's been that kind of year for Chris.
The one shining series against his old team last homestand. Otherwise, it's been a year of coming up shy. So now d'Arnaud, who drilled a double to drive in a run in the second, and pops this one foul. 0-1. Minor at 105 pitches. His season high is 113. He threw that May 29th in Boston. There's Irvin Santana, who goes on Wednesday night for the Braves. Started out strong, but it's been up and down this year. That's the thing about the Braves. You know, their offense is second to last in the league in runs scored. Their bullpen is lights out, but their starting pitching, other than Tehran, has been kind of up and down.
It's not been its usual strength that it is year in and year out.
And here they are, 10 games over 500, sitting in first place.
Well, you get to Kimbrel, it's pretty much lights out.
Darno down on the high fastball. Well, Minor finishes with a flourish. He's retired 13 in a row. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Coming up tonight after the postgame show, Geico Sports Night, Gareth Burke will be in the chair. Carmelo. And food. Food's much more interesting.
Yes.
Ever been more breath wasted on where NBA free agents are going? My goodness.
Just like get it over with.
Well, after Daisuke Matsuzaka goes 7 scoreless innings, Vic Black will pitch the 8th.
Don't you find it a little embarrassing that these teams have to covet these guys like this? That's it.
So
listen, we're going to give you the cash money. You want it? You don't want it.
Just let me know who's where when the season
You don't need to go to Spagos.
Josh Hitchin up in the bullpen. It'll be Simmons, Freeman, and Upton. So depending on what happens with Simmons, we'll see whether Black gets the whole inning or just a batter with Freeman on deck. I think that in a perfect world, Terry would love to stay away from Familia. And that 45 pitch game Friday. Didn't want to use him yesterday, but had to after Herman's struggle. So if you can get a full inning out of Black, that's helpful.
I think this is where if he gets Simmons out, he gets the run it out.
Yep.
If he doesn't get Simmons out, then you might have to bring Edgin in to hold the runner close and get Freeman.
David Carpenter up in the Atlanta bullpen. Simmons 1 for 3 at a base hit in the third. Tried to bunt his way on his last time up and popped it up to Matsuzaka. And the first pitch curveball from Black for a strike. Well, you can't replicate what Daisuke did tonight. I mean, he was in trouble for most of his outing, but he threw 7 scoreless innings. 6 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Longest outing of the year for Daisuke and a chance for his 4th win. Shallow center and Lagares eases in. Simmons retired, 1 away. And so Block will get to continue on against Freddie Freeman. And it does look as though the Mets plan to bypass Familia tonight. Henry Mejia gets up, starts tossing lightly next to Edgin. Freeman 2 for 3 tonight. Single to right, single to left. Struck out his last time up against Daisuke. Daisuke, that's off the foot of Freeman, a foul ball. Daisuke aired one out at 94 to strike out Freeman his last time up. Didn't know that Daisuke still had 94 in his tool belt.
He was sick of Freeman wearing him out, so he let one go. Ooh, right off his top of the foot.
Top part. That's a little meatier there, but still, oh, those hurt.
.98 in the dirt. 1-1. How as a catcher do you ever get ready for 98 in the dirt?
You don't. You do exactly what Darno did. Kind of protect yourself and try to short hop it.
It's easier with nobody on. You don't have to actually catch it.
It's amazing that so many players have beards these days. This hot weather, I don't know how they do it.
I don't get it. I don't. I would not want the beard.
Well, you definitely have a constant 2-day growth, but the beard is, I find, tough during his 90-degree days or when it gets to 90.
How about the mustache? That didn't get hot?
No, keep it trimmed.
Line over short, a base hit for Freeman, his 3rd hit of the night. And Young can't cut it off, and Freeman will cruise into second.
Boy, I tell you what. This ball is ripped. Fastball down and away. It is a bullet.
How many times, now I'm thinking never, do you see a shortstop almost make the catch and the ball makes it to the wall?
That's just good hit. That ball was in outer half, went right with it. Big long strides of Freeman.
And that's after fouling a ball off his foot. Breaks it on down.
So a 3-hit night for Freeman, his 26th double of the year. 7 hits now for the Braves. Justin Upton has 2 of them, a single and a double. Braves are 0 for 8 tonight with runners in scoring position.
These guys were always a threat, though, this Braves team. Everyone that comes up, you.
Well, we saw that in the series in Atlanta. They got every big hit they needed. Tying run at the plate, Upton has 17 home runs this year. And he takes the curveball outside. Well, you got Josh Edgin in the bullpen with Jason Hayward on deck, so this could well be Black's last batter. And Upton swings over that curveball, and it's 1-1. Edgin getting ready for Hayward. Mejia just hanging around. He's been doing some light throwing. He's really learned how to get himself ready and not overextend before he needs to.
He likes the role as the closer.
Broken back grinder for Tejada. Freeman advances, but that's the second out.
Good pitch.
And Terry Collins heads for the dugout steps.
2 curveballs in a row away, and then he comes right in his pots and pans, and boy, does he do some rattling in there.
So Black faces 3 batters, gives up a double, retires the other 2, and now it's up to Josh Edgin to get the Mets through this top of the 8th. Call to the bullpen is brought to you by Verizon. has to get only one batter.
His 24th he's looking for in a row.
Well, he's been spectacular. Comes in to face Jason Hayward, who's 0 for 3 tonight and 0 for 6 in his career against Edgin. Freeman at 3rd and 2 out. 2-0 New York, 8th inning. And that one sails to the backstop. Here comes Freeman. He'll come in to score. And the Braves are on the board. Wow. So Edgin airmailing his first pitch. And the wild pitch brings in the first Atlanta run. It's now 2-1.
A little overthrowing, Ronnie?
Honestly, Keith, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you warm up, come into a game, you're concentrating on throwing a strike, and you miss your target by 10 feet.
That almost hit him in the head.
Wow. 2 balls that have been up near the heads of the Braves.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Considering what happened to him last year with Nice.
Well, Freeman gets a good jump. Boy, he threw it so hard with the carom.
Well, that to be a flashback for Hayward. He was in this ballpark last year that he got drilled in the jaw on a John Nice pitch. 1-2 now to Hayward.
This make you angry if you're a hitter. Seek revenge.
Payback.
Double, a ground out, and a wild pitch bringing Freeman home. Now it's 1-2 to Hayward. And the slider ripped into center field, and Hayward gets his revenge. So for the first time, Josh Edgin gives up a hit to the first batter he faces.
Well, he throws him an off-speed slider, and Hayward waits back. Just kind of serves it out there.
And now Terry Collins is going to make a double switch. He's going to bring Kirk Neuenhuis in the game, but he's going to bring in his closer, Henry Mejia, to try and get a 4-out save. So a little extra lifting for Mejia tonight with a 2-1 lead in the 8th. We'll be right back to Citi Field. He has to get a 4-out save. Will hit 6th in the order.
You guys are here yesterday when they threw 14 pitches, so asking a lot of Henry, but you know, when you're in these games, and why not bring your best in with the game on the line.
Worked a 1-2-3 inning in yesterday's game in a non-save situation. Now very much a save situation. Comes in with a tying run at first and 2 down. Hayward at first. Chris Johnson the batter. Johnson has walked and flied out twice, 0 for 2. Johnson had that huge hit last week against the Mets, the 3-run double against Jacob deGrom. Since then, he's 2 for his last 17. 0 for 3 in his career against Mejia, who is not adept at keeping runners close. And I wonder whether Hayward, after being buzzed, is inclined to try and swipe a bat. 9 steals this year. Inside to Johnson. That's at a 2-0 lead coming into the inning. Dice came out to Zaka, went 7, allowed no runs, 6 hits. Vic Block gave up a 1-out double to Freeman, who advanced on a grounder and scored on a wild pitch. Adrian's wild pitch almost hit Jason Hayward in the head. He then followed with a base hit, and thus Mejia. Johnson cracks it to deep center field. Lagares back, way back, near the wall, and it's off the top of the fence. Hayward being waved home. He'll score the tying run. Chris Johnson barely missed a 2-1 homer. He settles for a game-tying double, and the Braves have rallied to even it in the top of the 8th.
That is off the orange stripe at the top of the fence. And this ball is ripped. It's a fastball. It didn't run like he wanted it to, and Lagares runs out of room. That is around 6 inches from being a bomb. Less.
So the Mets bullpen, which has been such a tower of strength lately, gives up a 2-0 lead in the 8th. Now the go-ahead run at second. Tommy LaStella, the local kid, in a situation where he can give the Braves the lead, is instead going to be intentionally walked. And instead of facing the rookie left-hand batter LaStella, they'll face the rookie right-hand batter Betancourt. First, there's the adventure of Henry Mejia throwing the intentional walk, which is always difficult for him. So Mejia asked to get 4 outs, doesn't get any before blowing the save chance here in the 8th.
Well, you're mentioning that it seems like the Braves in the last series and now here in this game seem to get the hit.
Well, Terry Collins pushing the buttons that had been working for him, but they did not work in this inning. Luis Avilan is up in the Atlanta bullpen. It scored a run in the second and a run in the third. A double by d'Arnaud, a home run by Wright. That was enough for 7, but not here in the 8th.
Well, the Braves are just resilient. Sitting here, really had all kinds of opportunities off Dice K.
And we talked about it earlier, the fact that the Braves, a team that's been so home run reliant lately, has been winning games without home runs. Ryan Doman on deck to pinch hit. And here they've scored a couple in the 8th to tie without the long ball, although Johnson came pretty close.
Now those numbers right there don't lie.
Here's Betancourt, and he takes off the plate for ball 1. Betancourt 0 for 2 and a walk tonight.
Sorry, Gary. We talk about some of the things that separate these teams. You know, the Braves are 17-10 in 1-run games this year. Upside down for the Mets this year.
Mets are 11-20 in 1-run games. And accounts for most of the Braves' lead over the Mets, those records. And a half swing on the cutter away. And he stopped it in time. Or did he? No, he went around, they say. 1-1.
There's a lot of games to be played. As you see the overhead after a while.
2 on and 2 out. Lined over Murphy's head, base hit. Johnson being waved. Granderson's throw cut off. Braves take the lead. Campbell cuts it off. They'll get
La Stella in the rundown, but that ball appeared to be on line with a chance to get Johnson, and the Mets allow the go-ahead run to score. The Braves get 3 runs in the 8th. Betancourt with the go-ahead hit.
It was going to be close at the plate. Nice charge and a strong throw. We'll never know. Oh, he probably would have been there. But very heady base running by the youngster on the backside. Right here, it's a go-ahead run. You go to third to draw the throw. I think he was safe. I think he had it, Gary. No way. So nicely done by Stella. Forced the cutoff, so there's no doubt.
So the Braves rally for 3 against the Mets bullpen and lead 3-2 going to the bottom of the 8th. After the Braves take the lead in the top of the 8th inning on Christian Betancourt's RBI hit, bringing home Chris Johnson. So a run apiece charged to Black, Edgin, and Mejia. And a 2-0 lead for Daisuke Matsuzaka goes poof. Ruben Tejada leads off in the home 8th inning. Mets looking to rally now. Mike Minor retired his last 13 batters. He was left in for an extra inning. They gave him an at bat in the top of the 7th, and it pays off. He now has a chance to be a winning pitcher.
How circumstances can change. Avilan, you saw his numbers. Last year almost had a perfect year. Not the same this year.
1-1 to Tejada. Well, here's Betancourt's hit.
It's a soft liner. Now, you go first baseman, you've got to line up, which Campbell is doing. It's a play that's going to be a close play at the plate. Number one, you've got to let it go. Now, if the ball is fading up the line because it's a weak throw, then you've got to cut it and throw home, because that's the go-ahead run.
Now the question is, does Campbell make that call on his own, or is it the catcher telling him to cut the ball?
Well, you listen to your catcher, but Campbell is not a first baseman. You get lined up and you can turn your body towards left field, where you can, when Curtis is coming in to field the ball, you get a bead on the runner rounding third base, Gary, because he's got to catch it and throw it. So you got time to check the runner as he's rounding third or heading home to make an assessment. Then if it's going to be boom, boom.
Johnson charging, and a close play gets Tejada for the first out.
So Johnson on a bang-bang play. Guns down Tejada, one away.
Well, that's a heck of a play right here, and a stretch by Freeman, and they got him. Boy, it pays to have a big guy at first base there. Here's the base hit again, and we're going to get a better view here of this overview if there was a play at the plate. I think there's no play at the plate. I think he's safe. The ball's fading up the line. What do you think, Ron?
Even if, Keith, I think what you're saying, it was fading a little, but even if you let it come through to d'Arnaud, he makes the choice. And if he doesn't have a play at home, he gets LaStella at third base.
Right. And one more thing that I forgot, because I've been rusty here. I haven't played first base in a long time. Whenever you're doing a relay, you're lining up the runner. If the throw is fading, you don't wait for the ball to come to you. You run out to the ball to get it quicker and be in a position with your body turned to catch it and throw.
Eric Young batting for Neuenhuis, who would come into the double switch. They bring up Young with the left-hander in the game.
So you're saying you can take a bad throw out of play sometimes.
Exactly. So and it's inexperience on Campbell's part. He's not a first baseman. But it looked like Granderson's throw was starting to fade.
Simmons to his left against the speed of Young, gets him easily 2 out. It just seems to me, Keith, that in a situation like that where that's the lead run, you take your chances of letting the ball come through, and if you wind up with runners at second and third, so be it.
I understand, but if the ball is fading up the line and dying, then you've got to go get it, cut it off, and throw home.
I just think there were a lot of choices there, and Carlos Torres warms up, and one of them was to let the ball go through and let d'Arnaud maybe make a choice. And if the ball is fading, he'll run up and get it and make the throw on the run.
Right. There's Granderson. I mean, the thing about the throw also, I mean, Granderson doesn't have a great arm. We all know that. But he was so shallow in right field when he let that ball go. And you're not talking about a speedster and Chris Johnson coming home.
Now,
Jordan Walden up in the bullpen.
There are 3 commands from a catcher. Depending on the situation. Here, it's either, if you can say let it go, or silence means let it go. Or it's cut home, cut third, cut second. Those are your commands right there. So the catcher's got to the Lord gave you a big voice. You got to get that trumpet out and bomb it out there. Okay, we'll take one more look. Now, I believe at this angle the throw is starting to fade and run up the third base line. Now, go get it. He waited for it to come. And now, I think the runner was going to be safe, but you got to try to get the runner. Oh, well.
Well, what happens is that what I was saying about the circumstance is why you want to take a shot. This is the Atlanta bullpen, one of their strengths. And if you don't take a shot, you might not get another shot.
2-2 to Granderson. And a full count with Murphy on deck. Well, you trace the downslope of that inning back to that first pitch Josh Edgen threw. Over Hayward's head for a wild pitch. It brings home a run. Hayward follows with a hit. Mejia comes in. Johnson hits it off the center field fence. And then Betancourt with the go-ahead hit.
It's almost like you woke up a hibernating bear.
3-2. Granderson cracks one to deep right field. Back goes Hayward to the warning track at the wall. It's out of here! Curtis Granderson ties the game! Number 13 for Granderson gets the Mets back even.
Well, there was their other shot.
Well, that's clutch. 6th home run against left-handers.
Avilan had given up only 1 home run this season. And Granderson takes him deep. Now Murphy.
Right down the pipe, felt high. Curtis kept that shoulder in. Nicely done.
Avilan missed with the 2-2 pitch. Had to come after him. Paid for it.
So the Mets are back even on Granderson's 13th, his first home run in the 8th inning or later in 2 years. Good curveball by Avilan, and it's 0-2. Murphy 0 for 3 tonight, 3 ground balls to the right side. Granderson now even with Duda for the club lead in home runs with 13. Mets with 2 home runs, so you can log on to SNY.TV/Dwayne Reed to print out your coupon for great savings at Dwayne Reed and Walgreens. Takes the curveball down, 2-2. Well, Avilan got the first 2 on ground balls. Went full on Granderson, and Curtis took him deep. Mets have had only 3 hits all night. Darno an RBI double, Wright and Granderson with home runs. So if you go back to yesterday's game, Mets have had 10 hits in the last 2 games, and 8 of the 10 have been for extra bases.
Well, that is a serious clutch home run by Granderson right there.
And against a tough lefty to boot. Again, the 2-2 to Murphy. And he hits one sharply for a base hit. So back-to-back 2-out hits for New York. Murph with his first hit of the night. The Mets' first single of the night. And now with David Wright coming up, Freddie Gonzalez wants the right-hander, and Jordan Walden will come into the game. So the Mets have rallied to tie here in the bottom of the 8th on Granderson's home run. 3-3. We'll be right back.
Let the events of the 8th inning disturb him, and got one of their more clutch hits this year.
Now it's the unconventional Jordan Walden in to face David Wright with the go-ahead run on base.
Only triple jumper in baseball who pitches.
Very nice.
Got to keep an eye on Murph here. It's kind of a situation where Murph likes to sneak one.
David homered back in the third inning, his 7th of the year. You see his numbers against Walden, who was lights out against the Mets last week in Atlanta, including getting a save on a night Craig Kimbrell had the night off. And he sells the slider outside for ball 1.
And 2 things. Murph's got to be awake for that ball in the dirt. Walden has a real snap slider. But also Bethancourt loves to throw the ball around the bases, especially to first base behind the runner.
2 sliders in a row, and it's 2-0 to David. The thing about Walden is his slider, when it's on, you got no chance. But he has nights when he can't throw that slider anywhere near the plate.
Got to get the gas here.
Don't want any distractions here. David's in a 2-0 count. You let him focus and not stay anchored at first. They want him to throw over again.
Murphy's reputation precedes him. 11 steals this year. David takes the fastball for a strike.
Good strike right there.
There's nothing you can do there. 95-mile-an-hour paint.
At 2-0, you're looking for something you can drive, and that's knee-high outside corner. Let it go. Still ahead in the count.
He's going to get that pitch again.
2-1. He fouls back the fastball. 2-2.
Slide piece.
And David went around, strike 3. Home plate umpire Todd Tichenor calling it himself, much to David's dismay. And that gets Walden and the Braves through this bottom of the 8th.
Really?
Granderson's home run gets the Mets even going to the 9th. Anthony Rendon not chosen for the All-Star team. He's on the final ballot.
Yes,
though.
he is.
Ties the game against the Orioles. They're now 2-2 in the 10th. James Shields has been struggling. Great tonight. Royals up 6-0 on the Rays. And the Astros trying to snap a 7-game losing streak. They lead the Rangers in the Silver Boot Series 9-2 in the 4th. Boy, the poor Rangers. They look terrible. Eric Young now in left field after pinch hitting for Neuenhuis. Ryan Doumit will be the pinch hitter, batting against Mejia, who faced 3 batters in the 8th. Double, intentional walk, and the game leading single. That's got an out on the bases, and that's the only one Mejia has recorded. So he was asked to get 4 outs and was unable to do that. Now he's back in a tie game after Granderson's home run. A good curveball to get ahead on Doumit, 0-2.
Well, this is what happened to Doumit in that first game of the series at the Mets in Atlanta when they lost. He pinch hit in that big 8th inning, a 4-run 8th off Familia, and got behind 0-2 and drew a walk. Had a real terrific at bat.
Of course, a big power threat. He's got 3 home runs this year, but he is a guy who can hit it a long way. And he takes strike 3 call. Fastball throws him. And there's one down in the top of the 9th. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up on WB Mason Postgame Live. Gary Apple, Bobby Ojeda, guys. Some point or other, that's for certain. Here's B.J. Upton 0 for 4 tonight.
Well, that's just not picking the ball up, is it?
Braves 3 runs and 10 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 4 hits. Braves are the long ball team, but it's the Mets who've hit 2 home runs tonight. Atlanta stringing together 4 hits in the 8th inning to score their 3 runs against the Mets bullpen. After Freddie Gonzalez's team was shut out for the first 7 by Daisuke Matsuzaka. And Upton goes after a pitch out of the strike zone, 1-2.
I don't think you have to throw Upton a strike, Ronnie.
No, you don't. He can't reach this pitch anyways. I mean, that end of the bat is 3 inches away from that baseball.
He has struck out 108 times, most in the National League. 109. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mejia to start the 9th.
Didn't swing at a strike.
I mean, no one runs to first on the ball in the dirt. I mean, no.
Now Andrelton Simmons with 2 out and nobody on. Big batter here from Mejia, who does not want to face Freddie Freeman in a game-changing situation. Simmons tonight 1 for 4, singled back in the 3rd.
Simmons' home run pitch is he likes that ball about letter high.
Craig Kimbrell if they get the lead. Shea Simmons if they don't.
I like that Shea Simmons, Ronnie. He throws pretty good.
Line the other way, a base hit for Andrelton Simmons, and that'll get Freeman to the plate here in the top of the 9th. Second hit of the night for Andrelton Simmons and the 11th for the Braves. So what's your game plan here, Ronnie?
Well, he's going to go after him, and Dan Warthen's going to come out and give him the scouting report. I don't know if whatever scouting report the Mets have, they should chuck it, because it's not working against Freddie Freeman.
Dana Evelyn is up. He's not coming in. He's just looking around to see whether he's needed.
So I don't know if Freeman knows this, but I know Henry Mejia knows it. Justin Upton is 3 for 3 off Mejia with 2 home runs. So this is the batter that Mejia wants to get out, even though he has 3 hits in the ball game.
And Freeman is 3 for 7 against Mejia, so it's not as though Henry's been immune to Freeman's Met killing.
And the Met outfielders are going to be playing deep. You just keep the ball in the ballpark, go after them.
They can play deep, but you also have to watch. Simmons got some speed. Henry has a little trouble holding runners on.
Simmons with 3 stolen bases this year. Freddie Freeman, 2 singles and a double tonight. Scored the first Atlanta run in the 8th. And comes inside, ball 1.
You play with fire if you pitch around Freeman and then you walk him. You put in that tie run, the go-ahead run on scoring position.
And as Ronnie said, Upton on deck has had a lot of success against Mejia. Curveball misses and it's 2-0.
Well, I was just looking at the infield guys. With Murphy playing in that position, that tells Freddie Freeman that if Simmons does go, it's only one person can cover second base. That's the shortstop. It does open up a premeditated hole for him if he decides to go that way.
Although David's so far off the line, he might cover part of that hole.
He's given an awful lot of line.
2-0. And the curveball misses. 3-0. So they're being careful here with Freeman, knowing that Upton, who has 2 home runs and 3 career at-bats against Mejia, looms on deck.
Will you let him swing 3-0 here, Keith?
Gosh, I would. Yes, I would. I would.
Pulls it. Foul. Only the 3rd time this year that Freeman has swung at a 3-0 pitch. He got a little quick.
Well, you're going to look middle in, and he got it. That thing just ran in enough. A little quick.
Simmons at first and 2 down. 3-1 to Freeman. 3-3 top of the 9th. And he fouls that breaking ball away. Full count.
Makes him so dangerous, isn't he? Too quick on one ball, he pulls down the line. Next time he waits a little too long, hits the ball down a foul left field line.
That slider didn't do much right there. Runners will be in motion. Runner.
Campbell trying to get Mejia's attention, letting him know that he's going to play behind the runner. Not that Henry was thrown over there anyway.
I think he's locked in on this 3-2 pitch.
Simmons gets set to run. 3-2 coming to Freeman. Walked him. And now the go-ahead runs at second base, and Justin Upton will come to bat. Ronnie told you about the numbers. 3 career at-bats for Justin Upton against Mejia. 3 for 3 with 2 home runs. No right-hander up in the Mets bullpen. You're certainly not going to bring in Evelyn in this spot. Evelyn getting ready for Jason Hayward, who's on deck.
It's time to get him out.
He's due.
Not well. You don't guard the lines here because the runner's in scoring position. So pretty much straight up.
Upton 2 for 4, a single and a double tonight, and he takes the breaking ball high. So if you're Mejia, how much do you go on the memory of what Upton's done against you in the past?
Well, I think you definitely pay attention to that. But Justin Upton presents an interesting problem for you. He has a hole, and it's at the belt inside. Are you brave enough to go in there because it's a big hole? It's the way to get him out.
And Mejia, who has that natural cutter and hasn't perfected that four-seamer inside.
Ball might leak
back over. It might leak over the middle, so it's a, but this is what it's all about.
Simmons at second, Freeman at first. Pickoff try, but Henry holds the ball.
Henry does not want to throw the ball around the bases. He wants to concentrate on Upton. No distractions. Oh. One
1-0 to Justin Upton.
In the air to right field. Pretty well hit. Granderson back. Warning track there. He's got it. Side retired. Upton gave it a ride. Granderson reeled it in. Campbell, Lagares in the pitcher spot due up for the Mets in the bottom of the ninth after Mejia gets out of trouble in the top. Across the parking lot will make his Flushing debut.
A little problem with the spelling, but other than that, you guys have been very impressed with Simmons, who's another hard-throwing right-hander out of that bullpen for the Braves.
Little guy with a big arm. He's 5'11", 175, but he can bring it. Eric Campbell will lead off in the home ninth. Campbell 0 for 2 and a walk. Scored the first Met run. And takes outside from Simmons at 95. Campbell, Lagares in the pitcher's spot due up. The Mets have both Abreu and Duda left in the dugout to pinch hit from the left side. And Simmons quickly behind 2-0. Our next SNY telecast will be on Wednesday, the third game of this series. Dylan G's return to action, 6 o'clock the coverage. Games on Pix 11 tomorrow night for game 2 of the series. Simmons behind 2-0. And Campbell swinging, fouls it at the plate. 2-1.
Boy, he sunk that fastball, didn't he? 2-0?
Sure did. Not fair.
Duda with a helmet on. Shea Simmons out of Southeast Missouri State has come up with a bang for the Braves and into an already stacked bullpen. Campbell hits one toward the middle, base hit. Eric Campbell continues to impress with the quality of his at-bats, and he is aboard to lead off the bottom of the ninth.
A great choice, right, for Terry Collins. Could have went with Abreu. Could have batted for Campbell. Decides to go with the on-base percentage guy. A walk tonight in this base hit, Keith.
Very nice. Fastball right down the middle.
Now in the 8th inning on Saturday night, with the Mets down by 2 runs, they had 2 on and asked Lagares to bunt. He couldn't get it done twice and then grounded into a double play. Let's see whether he's going to be asked to bunt in this spot.
They're going to play for the bunt. Either way, you can play it 2 ways. They're going to bunt with Abreu up. There's no question now.
Abreu on deck. Simmons throwing over. Garris showing bunt on that first toss to first base. Taking a long look down at Tim Tuffle to see if they still want him to bunt.
If the bunt is successful, I'm sure Freddie is going to intentionally walk Abreu.
Bunted toward third. Johnson going to second and gets the force relay, not in time.
Whoa.
Johnson aggressively going after the lead man, and he cuts down.
I think he's off the bag at second.
And Terry Collins is going to come out, and let's see.
Is this a daylight play or no?
He's going to say that he came off the bag.
And he
early.
did.
That's
and
what
he
Terry
did.
Collins thinks.
Well, the question is it a neighborhood play, or did he come out to get an errant throw? Because the neighborhood play is a lot. Now, clearly he's off the base. But is he off the base because the throw was bad?
The throw was perfect.
Then I don't think that you can challenge that, because it then becomes a neighborhood play,
yes,
which is explicitly not reviewable.
And I think that's what Terry's asking him. Was that a neighborhood play, or did he come off on a bad throw? If he gets the neighborhood answer, he's got to go. He's got to leave.
They're telling him it's a neighborhood play.
So
now should it be a neighborhood play on a bunt?
It's an interesting question. The umpires are going to talk about this, because look, Campbell was nowhere near him. It's not as though he was in danger of getting run over. He was just trying to get an advantage, cheating to throw the ball to first. But how is that covered in the replay rules?
This is.
It's really a borderline in the rules as to whether this is challengeable or not.
And let me tell you one thing too: you cannot try to turn two. You can try to turn two, but you've got to make sure when you're the middle infielder, the shortstop Simmons, you've got to be on that bag.
But in the rules, you're kind of almost protected if you're Simmons, because what he's choosing to do.
They're going to go look.
Now, I don't know if this constitutes a challenge, or whether the umpires are doing this of their own volition so that they can look at it and see whether it indeed is reviewable. They'll get in consultation with the folks in New York to talk about it. Freddie Gonzalez, of course, saying that it's a neighborhood play and it shouldn't be reviewable, and the umpires explaining what they're doing.
I'm saying that what Mike Everett's going to do if they go to New York is that they're going to ask to make sure that they're covered by the rule. Simmons,
yes,
the way he's playing this is that he's saying it is a neighborhood play because I am turning two,
yes,
even if it was a bunt.
Good call.
So I turned a forced play into a neighborhood play by how he reacted.
Exactly. What's to prevent a middle infielder in a situation like that from cheating even more than that and coming to get the throw to cut down the distance and make the double play easy?
That's the rub.
That's a problem.
As long as you've got a chance for the two, and they almost turned it. They almost turned it.
Yep. This play under review brought to you by Mazda. Conviction, creativity, courage. This is the Mazda way. Well, this is one of those gray areas in the rule as it was written. They purposely said that neighborhood plays were not reviewable because they wanted to protect the middle infielders and not have them have to stay on the bag when a runner is bearing down on them in the middle of the potential double play.
This will not be overturned, in my opinion.
I think I agree with you. I think that the rule as it's written, because it wasn't a bad throw, covers Simmons.
If this play is overturned, Freddie Gonzalez is going to protest. You watch. He will protest this game.
We'll see the umpire with the big P up to the press box. But I don't think it'll be overturned, again, in my opinion.
Well, it looks like they've come to a quick decision, and they say safe!
Wow.
It is overturned, and Freddie Gonzalez, and rightly so, you have to think, is going to come out and argue about this. Now, you're not allowed to argue about a review that's overturned, but because the neighborhood play is not subject to review, and in Freddie's view, and I think a reasonable view, that is a neighborhood play, he certainly has a lot to complain about. But the Mets get an enormous break, and they'll have the winning run at second with nobody out.
Now, who do you pinch hit?
Well, now you're looking for a bunt with first and second and nobody out.
Right.
It might be a while before Freddie's willing to give up the ghost to. He might be asked to leave eventually.
I wonder whether Freddie will play the game under protest because of the fact that the rule is written, you know, in a certain way, which can easily be interpreted as a non-challengeable play.
You see, Freddie, he's saying if he reached for it,
thrown out of the game.
If he had to reach for a bad throw, I can understand it, but it was a perfect throw to second base.
Well, this is another one of those cans of worms that gets open by the complexity and the Byzantine nature of this review system.
Well, number one, right there, you make sure the lead runner. This should never have happened if Simmons makes sure the lead out. It's critical juncture of the game.
But if you're Andrelton Simmons and you know the rules on the neighborhood play, don't you think you're protected on a play like that?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, here it is, and he's off. And I don't believe, is the game being played under protest? Can he protest? He sure can.
Well, he can protest if he believes that the rule has been misinterpreted. That it's not a, whether it's a judgment call, you can't protest it. But if it's a matter of an interpretation of the rules, you certainly can protest, and it would certainly seem as though Freddie would have a case to protest.
Well, if he was trying to turn two in a more traditional way, would they argue that play? Would Terry Collins argue that? Of course he wouldn't.
Well, it was a very aggressive play by Johnson to go after the lead man, and
it was the right play.
They would have had Campbell out, and Simmons been on the bag. He certainly was not on the bag, but the question is whether that play is reviewable under the rules, and the umpires, in consultation with the folks in the replay center, decided it was, and it works in the Mets' favor.
So is there no bunt on with Duda?
So it scored a fielder's choice, an error on Simmons for coming off the bag, and now Duda will come up, so nobody will be looking for the bunt. The Mets will be looking for the game-winning hit. You could go with the pitcher in this spot to pinch hit.
I'm a bit surprised. Carlos Tosca, excuse me.
So Campbell's the winning run at second, and Duda takes a backdoor breaking ball from Simmons for a strike. So a single by Campbell, and then a very controversial play enabling Campbell to reach second base safely on the bunt by Lagares.
I am a bit stunned here that a pitcher is not up running the guy over, to be honest with you.
Who would you bunt? DeGrom would be my choice.
Yep. That would certainly be the first call.
I'm a bit stunned on this.
But instead, Terry going for the win right here with Duda at the plate. 0-2 with Darno on deck. And Duda with a late swing foul on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Simmons.
I'm sorry, Gary. Andrelton Simmons has got, I know he's probably thinking that, but he's got to make sure of the lead out.
Oh, 2 popped up, shallow center. Upton coming on. That Simmons going back. He drops the ball. Infield fly rule was not called. Throw to third, and they get the force play. Great recovery after the drop by Simmons on the attempted over-the-shoulder catch, and they get the lead man, Campbell, on the force at third.
Well, there's no infield fly here because no one's got it, so that's the correct call. Let's take a look. Nice recovery by Simmons. Let's take a look at Campbell at second. He's halfway. He's done the right thing. There's nothing else he can do. That's just a nice play by Andrelton. He's doing everything right. No, he can't get caught going back. It doesn't matter. It just,
So it's a 6-5 force play for the first out of the inning. Now Lagares is the winning run at second, and Duda at first, and Travis d'Arnaud the batter. d'Arnaud drove in the first Met run with a double back in the second, has struck out twice since.
And he grounds one slowly. Johnson at the bag, out at third. The throw to first in the dirt can't be handled, and the inning stays alive. So 5 unassisted for the second out. Freeman did well to keep it in front of him to keep Duda from going any further than second base.
Nice try by Johnson. They would not have had 2 on the double play. Nice play by Freeman. That's heads up. Look how he just becomes a goalie there. The ball gets by and you can lose the ball game. And you know what? I stand a bit corrected. Campbell, it's a tough play for Campbell. Being halfway, the guy puts a glove on it. It's tough. You're out there in the middle of no man's land.
And you're also recognizing who the player is. This is a guy that seems to catch everything.
Yeah. That's a tough chance. It's just a tough call.
So now it's left to Tejada, who had the Mets' last walk-off hit May 11th against Philadelphia. Looking to get Duda home with 2 out. What an inning this has been. Tejada 0 for 2 and an intentional walk today. And Ruben beaten on that fastball in a big cut, 0-1.
You got a hard thrower here, and Ruben tends to get too geared up in a big long swing. Base hit's all that's required.
Slider off the plate, 1-1.
Interesting choice there by Simmons. Throws the fastball by him and comes back with a slider.
Well, Simmons had a controversial call go against him, but 2/3 of the way toward finding his way through trouble. One and one to Tejada. Ruben patiently takes a slider off the plate again.
Interesting.
Eric Young Jr. hitting in the 9-hole is on deck. Two one. Too high. 3-1. Duda's the winning run. He's standing at second.
Like Mom looks like she's seen this before.
Now it's getting a little dry for Shea Simmons. Three and one to Tejada. Popped it foul. Now it's 3-2. So that'll get Duda the automatic start from second base. And make it that much easier to score on a base hit to the outfield.
And speaking of the outfield, Upton very deep in left field. Center field and right field shallow.
Why is Justin Upton that deep?
It's a very good question.
What a convoluted inning this has been. Now the runners get set to go. Duda at second, Darno at first, and Bedford's going to go out and talk to Simmons.
There's almost a balk by Simmons, by the way.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Terry has to say. Terry Collins about that, putting almost a balk.
Oh, that is a balk.
Yeah.
Flinched.
Saw it.
You pitchers, see, you're wary of that.
Oh, yeah. Taught your whole life not to do that.
Rookie pitcher, rookie catcher. Three-two coming to Tejada. Runners go. Ball four. Now the bases are loaded.
What kind of pitch selection was that in that at bat? I have no rhyme or reason for you. Threw a fastball by him first pitch, then throws Tejada 2 sliders that miss, throws a fastball by him, and then throws a changeup. I don't get it.
So it's left in the hands of Eric Young Jr., who came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th and grounded out, stayed in the game in left field. Duda 90 feet away with the winning run. Darno and Tejada window dressing.
That's a nail biter.
Bases loaded, 2 out. Ewing grounds one toward the hole. Cut off by Freeman. Goes to second, gets the force, and we're going to extra innings. The Mets get a controversial call in their favor, but they can't cash it in as Shea Simmons gets himself through the bottom of the ninth, still tied at 3. Base. Eric Campbell moves from first base to left field, and Carlos Torres will pitch and bat ninth.
Well, remember, Torres threw 4+ on Friday, so a couple days rest.
Threw 81 pitches over 4 2/3 in the game. John Neese got knocked out because of injury Friday night against Texas. So on 2 days rest after 81 pitches, he's back at it for another extra inning affair for the Mets. They're 13th of the season. The Mets are 5-7 in extra innings. The Braves are 5-4. What a convoluted last couple of innings this has been.
Well, they're going to have to clarify. I'm sure that Major League Baseball will, but clarify that call, why it was overturned.
Well, why is it not considered a neighborhood play? I guess that's the question. What?
Because it's a bunt. That's that's the only thing that it's not a routine ground ball.
But it can't be. What if the hitter bunts the ball hard back to the pitcher? That's not a double play.
We've opened up Pandora's box.
Well, the problem is you have to define what is and is not a neighborhood play, and clearly the interpretation by the umpires on the field in conjunction with the replay umpires was that it was not a neighborhood play, and Freddie Gonzalez got himself ejected as a result, but the Braves were able to get out of it. So here we are in the 10th. Jason Hayward bangs one foul, 0-2.
So their interpretation had to be in New York, because to me it sounded like, looked like the umpires here were relying totally on the New York call, was that it was a forced play called, not a neighborhood play. Simply.
But that's what a neighborhood play is. It's on a forced play at second base.
That play by Simmons.
Hayward strikes out on 3 pitches, and that's how Torres' stint begins.
Good fastball that he runs away. 2-seamer from Torres. I was going to say that play by Simmons now is a play that has been used for 120 years in baseball, and it's no longer good. It's no longer what it was.
Progressives, I'm telling you.
Well, the reason why it was written, the rule was written with the neighborhood play as an exception, was to protect the middle infielders. Here's Chris Johnson, and he goes after the cutter and misses.
Just like you're protecting the catchers now with the rule. You know, there's, you don't want to have infielders standing flat-footed and being deposited in left field.
But the thing about exempting the neighborhood play is that every other call on the field is being made precisely. Right?
Yeah.
And that's the one play you're saying you don't have to be precise. You don't have to be on the bag. You don't have to actually get it out to get it out when you make the exception for that.
So let me be the devil's advocate. Andrelton Simmons, one of the best players in the National League. He now, next time he stays on second base, the runner slides into his knees out for the season. You want that play?
No, not necessarily. But all I'm saying is that you've written the catcher's rules the way you have to protect catcher and base runner, but you still have to tag them out. Or you still have to be on the plate for a force play. You don't have a neighborhood play at home.
I don't argue that Simmons should have made it closer. I don't argue that. I think that he
wasn't that far. He wasn't that far off the bag. I've seen worse double plays turn.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Torres to start this 10th inning. 2 away.
It's all good food for thought.
It's great conversation material, and there's no right answer. But I do remember that when they were first talking about instituting the replay rule this year, if you look at Torres' motion, Terry Collins, who was a middle infielder during his playing career, made a point of saying you have to have an exception for the neighborhood play. And I think a lot of people felt that way. But the question is, how do you define that? And I think that's what we need to learn based on what we saw tonight.
I think it's the fact that the interpretation is because it was a bunt, even though there was a chance for 2.
It can't be just because it's a bunt. Maybe it's because the runner wasn't close enough to him to make it that he was getting out of trouble.
I don't think it's. I'm going to be very interested to hear what they got to say about this.
Or not say. How about that?
Tommy La Stella hits it sharply. Nice play by Duda. Side retired. Lucas Duda laying out. 1-2-3 inning for Torres in the top of the 10th. Menzel on the top of the order. Granderson, Murphy, and Wright on the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Survive a wacky bottom of the ninth. Now he'll face the top of the Mets batting order in the bottom of the 10th. Curtis Granderson, who got us here with a tying home run in the bottom of the 8th, leads off in the 10th. Pinman with all his paraphernalia.
Oh, with the neon.
Pins way more than he does. Granderson 1 for 4 on the night. It is home run off Luis Avilan, the left-hander, with 2 out of the 8th inning after the Mets had giving away the lead in the top of the 8th. Daniel Murphy on deck, David Wright behind him. Both starters were terrific tonight, Minor and Matsuzaka, but the bullpens, that's been a different story. Changeup misses to Granderson, 2-1.
Simmons likes his changeup, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He didn't throw it in Atlanta, but just a smidgen. A little dicier when you can get a Larry.
Keeping it away from Granderson, and now it's 3-1 to Curtis.
This is where Curtis will, as good as anyone on the Mets, looking for that ball, middle of the plate in, starting it early. Fastball in and a home run count. You can't call it, kid. Go back outside. There you go.
And Curtis is on with a leadoff walk. His 53rd walk of the year, second in the National League. So the Mets pose a threat again here in the bottom of the 10th, and Daniel Murphy will step in. Murphy is 1 for 4.
Might get to see this young man Betancourt throw here.
Granderson with 6 steals on the year. Murphy has a hit tonight. It's 107th of the year, second in the National League. Playing in his first game since being named a first-time All-Star, and now batting on the bottom of the 10th with the winning run at first.
Got a nice hole between first and second. Had a nice little ground ball first and third. You notice Freeman's got to guard the line. That leaves a huge hole between the second baseman and first baseman. This is called situational hitting, and something with Murph's back control should be something he should be able to do.
To Murphy.
Watch Simmons in the stretch. It's a telltale sign. David Wright waits on deck. Any pitcher who has his feet together when it comes to the set position has to take a long time to get to the plate. Cannot use that quick move to the plate when your feet are together. Slide step can't use when your feet are this close together.
1-1 to Murphy.
Ooh.
Good slider. 1-2.
That is wicked. It's not a strike, but boy, is that hard to lay off.
I think also the short arming kind of technique by Simmons. Hard to pick the ball up.
Well, you got to protect now. Guy throwing hard. You got 1 and 2. You got to bear down.
Struck him out. Another slider, and Murphy is out for the first of the bottom of the 10th.
Well, it's very rare you see Murph look bad, and that credit goes all to that young man out there, Simmons. Little flip-flop.
Now Carlos Tosca coming out to the home plate umpire. Tosca, the acting manager, with Freddie Gonzalez having been ejected, and it looks like he's ready to make a double switch. You got David Wright coming up, Eric Campbell behind him.
This has just got to be a pitch count situation for Simmons.
So Anthony Varvaro, the native New Yorker, will come on to pitch in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. We'll be right back. Comes into play third base. He'll bat ninth. The new pitcher Anthony Varvaro will hit sixth in the order.
Varvaro got a win against the Mets when they were in Atlanta.
We'll see, he has struggled against right-hand hitters this year. David Wright 2 for 9 in his career against Varvaro. Granderson at first and 1 out. 3-3 bottom of the 10th.
Oh,
David goes after that first pitch breaking ball. 0-1.
I think David was looking a little middle in.
Wright hit his 7th home run of the year back in the 3rd inning. Lays off that curveball, and it's 1-1. Eric Campbell got the 9th inning started with a base hit and then was involved in that controversial call, is on deck. Rally caps in camo.
Very effective.
Double play ball right at Simmons. The turn by LaStella, 6-4-3 double play, and we head to the 11th. So Varvaro comes in, gets the ground ball. We're through 10. Mets and Braves tied 3-3. Dominant in the 10th. Now he'll pitch to Christian Betancourt, leading off the 11th. Betancourt's base hit in the 8th inning gave the Braves a short-lived 3-2 lead. Curtis Granderson's home run tied it in the bottom of the 8th, and we've been tied ever since. Betancourt swings through the fastball, 0-1. It'll be Betancourt, then Ramiro Pena and B.J. Upton for the Braves in the 11th. Popped up. Good angle for Murphy. And he stays with it for the first down. So Betancourt retired, and now Pena, who came in the double switch in the last half inning, will bat for the first time. Well, they've got us all laid out to the 20th.
Well, anticipation.
Well, we got there last year. It's a long way to go. Mets haven't played beyond 14 this year. Last year you had an 18-inning game, a 20-inning game, 15-inning game, 16 innings in San Francisco.
We were there.
Well, Ronnie was in the studio.
That's right.
Waiting for us.
That's right.
Well, that was even worse. What time did you get home that night?
I remember that the traffic was coming in for work for New Yorkers as I was heading out. Yeah. It was a little surreal, to tell you the truth.
It's always a nice time of day, or morning. Streets are empty. It kind of reminds you of breakfast at Tiffany's.
Except without Audrey Hepburn.
I would say that it didn't remind me of breakfast at Tiffany's.
You're like George Papard.
Or like breakfast at Mel's Diner.
I mean, there's 4 o'clock in the morning going out, and there's 4 in the morning coming in. One comes up and hits Pena in the batter's box, and it's 1-2. Scott Carroll for the Chicago White Sox tonight. 6 2/3 innings, no runs, 1 hit against the Red Sox. Chicago wins 4-0.
Surprised that Chris Sale wasn't a choice for an All-Star for the American League.
Shocked. He and Garrett Richards both. How's that possible?
How do you do it?
Torres has retired his first 4 hitters. Ahead 1-2 on Pena. Right at Tejada. Looks it into his glove. 2 out.
Well, as long as you have All-Star games, you're always going to have people that are left outside of it. I mean, it's just how it's going to be.
I mean, you can argue that Sale was on the disabled list for the better part of the month, but so was Clayton Kershaw. And he's on the All-Star team, probably will start.
There's also a part of it, isn't there, like a macho of where's our great arms? Let's show the National League our great arms. And Sale's, if not one of the best arm.
Meanwhile, his supporting players the last 2 days. Hector Noesi yesterday shut out Seattle 1-0. And today Scott Carroll. Who are these guys? B.J. Upton is 0 for 5. With a couple of strikeouts, bringing him to 109 Ks for the year. And the cutter just off the plate. 1-1.
You are playing for home field advantage.
I've heard that. The Baltimore Orioles scored 6 runs in the 11th. Home runs by Chris Davis, J.J. Hardy, and Manny Machado, and they beat Washington 8-2 in 11. That's now a final.
It's an unusual score in extra innings, right?
It's the Beltway rivalry. So the Nats began the night a half game behind the Braves. They have lost. And Upton takes a ball and didn't swing. Very close pitch, and it's 3-1. Cincinnati beat the Cubs tonight 9-3. Jay Bruce played first base for the first time in the big leagues, and he hit a home run. Joey Votto's hurting. 3-1 to Upton, and BJ takes a strike. Full count. Two out and nobody on. 3-2 to BJ Upton. Line off Torres. Tejada on the charge, but no play.
We lead the world in pitchers hit. The comebackers. The world.
Torres says he's fine. I don't know where it got him.
I think it got him on the shoulder. Oh, he got a glove on it.
He got at least some shoulder. Ray Ramirez, the trainer, out.
Torres is not going to leave this game.
He has no interest in coming out.
No, he has absolutely none.
Tough as nails, this kid.
Looks like it might have hit him in the hand.
He got a hand on it, huh?
Look at that replay again. See if we can see where it hit him in the hand.
Well, what you do as a pitcher when it comes like this, you just throw up both hands, your glove hand and your pitching hand, to try to protect your face.
It's hard to tell. Huh?
I think it hit his right hand before it hit the glove.
Yeah.
So he's fine. Looked like it hit him near the base of the hand, not on the fingers. So it's an infield hit for Upton. The Braves' 12th hit of the game, and now Andrelton Simmons is 2 for 5 tonight. They're running a sting operation near us.
1 out of 12. 1 out of 12.
Exactly. We got a lot of noise in our.
Folks, that wasn't me that did that. It was
not this time.
It was your your lovable play-by-play man.
I told you before, Keith, nobody's ever confused us. B.J. Upton, 14 stolen bases this year, 9th in the National League, so Torres will keep a close halter on him.
Also, that's a good thing to do if you've gotten hit in the hand. Throw a couple over, get a feel for releasing the ball.
Is that on the air? Fly ball right center, and there's Granderson waiting for it. Side retired. Well, I hope they catch whoever they're after. Mets will come up in the bottom of the 11th inning. With Eric Campbell to lead off, tied at 3. The 11th, facing Anthony Varvara, who came in to get David Wright to ground into a double play to end the 10th. Campbell had a base hit leading off in the 9th inning, and then was ruled safe at second on an overturned call, but the Mets were unable to cash in. And he hits the first one on the ground to Andrelton Simmons, and the overhand throw gets him one away.
Who's going to blink?
So 1 out and nobody on. Here's Juan Lagares. He's the guy who laid down the bunt that led to the controversial call in the 9th. Lagares 0 for 4 tonight. And a knee-high strike, 0-1. Can't lay it down, and it's 0-2.
Always a tough choice for a hitter when you try to get that bunt down with 1 strike on you and you don't do it. Boy, you put yourself in a hole.
0-2 from Varvaro, and he misses low and away. One-two coming to Lagares, and the breaking ball line, base hit in the left center. Lagares hard out of the box. He'll take the turn and try for two. The throw by Upton to second is offline, and Lagares has a double.
Never a doubt out of the box. Breaking ball hanging, and Lagares always hustling. This ball is roped, and he takes the turn. He never hesitates.
12th double of the year for Lagares, his first hit of the night. And that gets the towels going. A few of them anyway. And they're going to intentionally walk Duda, but Varvaro almost threw one to the backstop. Throwing to bases and intentional walks. Problems for just about every pitcher, and he goosed that one as well.
What is going on here?
Everybody play catch.
Gotta get him to go lay on the couch.
Travis d'Arnaud will get the opportunity if Varvaro manages to survive the intentional walk. There's ball 4, and Duda goes to first.
So d'Arnaud comes up again with another chance to win the ball game.
d'Arnaud batted in the 9th inning with first and second and 1 out, and grounded into a forced play at third. Mets are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position tonight. The Braves are 1 for 11. Good reason why we're in the 11th inning.
That's right.
Lagares the winning run at second. Duda at first with 1 out. d'Arnaud 1 for 4 tonight, an RBI double back in the second. And he takes the breaking ball at the knees for a strike.
Varvaro better be careful with that little rolling curveball he's throwing. It's not much of a pitch. He's leaving it right on him. It's a 12-6 lazy spinner.
d'Arnaud hits it in the air to center field, chasing Upton back, tagging at second Lagares. Upton makes the catch, and Lagares will go to third. Now there are 2 out. d'Arnaud hit it well, but not well enough. But now again, the winning run is 90 feet away. And it's left in the hands of Ruben Tejada. Ruben batted with 2 out and 2 on in the 9th and was walked, his second walk of the night. First one was intentional. The one in the 9th was not. If Tejada keeps the inning going, Bobby Abreu would be a pinch hitter. Let's have Dana Eveland up in the bullpen to pitch if there's a 12th.
It's a meeting of the minds at home plate on the pitcher's mound. They're going to talk. I mean, Duda's not going to steal here.
And even if he does, you let him go.
It's just,
why would you care? This run means nothing.
It's just, come on, guys.
And Freeman, I think, just told Varvaro he's going to play behind him, which he should.
No, he's getting a call from the dugout to tell him to stay closer to the runner.
Why?
Well, he just got told by the dugout
to hold him on.
Yep.
All that does is keep the force play in order, but it opens up the hole for Tejada. So the winning run at third is Lagares, Duda at first, and for some reason Freeman is holding him on. And Tejada lines a base hit, and the Mets win the ball game. Lagares comes in to score. Tejada, who had the last walk-off hit for the Mets back in May, wins it for the Mets at the bottom of the 11th.
That gets one on the right side of the one-run docket.
The Mets' 5th walk-off victory of the year. Ruben Tejada plays hero.
And I was telling you about that lazy breaking ball, and there it was. Nice hitting by Ruben. Short stroke up the middle, base hit, all that's needed, and the Mets win the first game of this series, which is crucial. Nicely done. Juan Lagares got things going with a double.
Tejada finishes off a victory for the Mets as they take the opener of this 4-game series with the Braves. Mets have won 3 of their last 4. Carlos Torres with 2 terrific innings in relief to get the win. And the Mets get off to a good start in this series against the Braves. Here's your game summary. Torres gets the victory. Granderson tied it with a home run in the bottom of the 8th after the Mets let the lead get away. 7 terrific innings for Daisuke Matsuzaka, and the Mets win it in 11 over Atlanta 4-3. For every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northshorelij.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contributions so far this season to an even $100,000. Let's go downstairs to Steve Gelb. Steve?
All right, Gary, with Ruben Tejada. Ruben's 2nd walk-off win this season, hit by you. 2nd one feel sweeter?
Yeah. We all play, pretty hard, pretty good this last week, and we have to keep going in the same way.
First pitch swinging, what were you looking for on that at-bat?
Something in the strike zone, take good pitch to hit, and he throw me curve right on the middle and make my best swing there.
Terry Collins said yesterday this was a huge series for you guys to come back and win it in that way. Just how big was it for this team?
Yeah, Braves in our division, so I have to, keep playing hard and, enjoy the game.
No pie yet. You were getting prepared for the pie. You're going to go back in there and get pied, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Ruben, congratulations. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks, Ruben, who gets the game-winning hit for the Mets, and the Mets win at 11, 4-3. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Lexus, introducing a car designed with one purpose: to stand apart. The 2014 Lexus IS. It's your move. By Geico. By State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Hector Camillo of the Bronx. Contact Hector's office at hectorcamillo.com. And by Hain Celestial. This weekend, Hain Celestial and the Mets will partner on the Mets food drive, benefiting Island Harvest. Donate non-perishable food items outside Citi Field prior to each game. Visit Mets.com/food drive for more information. Final score tonight in 11, the Mets 4, the Braves 3. Game 2 of this series tomorrow on Pix 11 at 7 o'clock with Jacob deGrom against Julio Teheran. Back on SNY Wednesday night for Game 3 of the series with Dylan G against Irvin Santana. A lot of action in the last few innings. A controversial call. The Mets can't cash that in, but Ruben Tejada gets the game winner in the 11th. For Keith and Ron and Steve, I'm Gary. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live.